Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 3 of Red Demon. The Red Demon leaves with the mist, as fast as light and as silent as a ghost. Known to the world as the fastest man alive, his paralyzing red stare strikes fear into his enemies, but his devotion to his family is absolute. In this alternate universe, we explore a timeline where Naruto is a silent prodigy raised alongside his twin sister by Minato. As fast as light and as silent as a ghost, Naruto'shis paralyzing red stare strikes fear into his enemies. Be warned, this is not your typical twin story. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Foy the Snooze Button, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 13. Konoha General Hospital. Konoha. Some hours ago, Rin had crawled into Naruto's hospital bed. They were playing one of their little games. "I'd like to take you to the movies, but they won't let you bring in your own snacks." Rin smirked, stroking her chin and flicking a smoldering look up to her brother. Naruto whistled. "That one was good. Better than that last one." Rin scoffed at that, shrugging. Naruto laid back on the hospital bed and looked at the ceiling, before he tilted his head down to Rin and gave her a half-smile, lowering his eyes and flirting. "Are you from IWA? Because you rock my world." Rin spat out a surprised, nasally laugh, throwing her head into Naruto's chest. "Did you just think of that? That is so corny!" Naruto beamed. "Do I win?" The rules of their pick-up line game was muddled, so either twin bothered to keep track. The bed was a bit too small for two people, but somehow the twins were able to comfortably wedge together on it. They were facing each other, with Rin's hands on Naruto's chest, and the boy, groggy from sleep and the anesthesia gradually leaving his system, was idling his fingers in his sister's sunny yellow hair, softly rubbing his thumb on her cheek. Their legs were tangled, barefoot except for a pair of black socks the girl wore, and the twins didn't feel too keen on unlacing their legs from the other. Rin had brought her brother a light change of clothes, comprising of a pair of boxers, a simple t-shirt, and black pants. Naruto's other hand, the one not running smooth, airy touches at Rin's hair, helped prop his head up, leaning on his palm and giving his sister his entire attention. His measured smile hadn't left his eyes, or face, since he had woken up. There was a familiar look in his churning purple gaze too, and one Rin mirrored back to him with a growing smile. He grunted, leaning down close to her face and grazing his lips against hers. "I hope you know CPR because you're taking my breath away." The girl exhaled with a leer, gripping his shirt and leaning up to him, snatching another kiss and whispering in a breathy tone. "That's cheating, Naruto." "I've got more," Naruto stated, grunting as Rin pressed deeper into him. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened to apologize, but he smirked widely and said, "It's fine. I can barely feel it anymore." Rin couldn't help it. She chortled. "That's what she said." It was Naruto's turn to laugh. The carefree sound rose from Naruto's mouth and washed over the girl, making her flush with her wide grin. He didn't care if anyone heard him, and she didn't care if someone walked in on them right now. Rin's chest swelled when Naruto tugged her close, sparing the hand in her hair and taking it down to her lower back, jerking her lower back to him so that their hips were flush against the other. Since Orochimaru's poison had been removed from Naruto's body and he woke up from his week-long coma, he had been feeling so much less tense and sleep-deprived. As if their connection wasn't already unique enough, the removal of that bothersome poison and not being forced to constantly vibrate it inside his body meshed the twins more than humanly possible. "You're amazing, Rin," the boy confessed, placing his brow against hers and looking deep into the twisting purple pools of his sister's eyes. His adoring smile brought a new glow to his face, and Rin basked in it. "You know that, right?" She pouted her lips jokingly. "I didn't know." "You're amazing," he repeated. His breath smelt of a crackling fire and a toasty oven, and Rin loved it. She angled up and kissed him again. Naruto groaned, anguished. Half a second later, someone knocked on the door. Rin winked coyly, pulling away and chuckling when Naruto rolled his eyes, calling over his shoulder. "Yeah? It's me." Naruto's brow knitted, trying to put a voice to a face. He concentrated his senses on the person's chakra, scrunching up his face a little when he saw that the person on the other side of the door possessed many chakra natures: lightning, fire, water, earth, yin, and yang. And the controlled distribution of these chakra nature in their reserve meant that they were conscious of their chakra and had mastered their chakra to a fine, sharp point. Naruto and Rin had mastered quite a few of their latent chakra natures, but this person owned an air of age and experience, something the twins couldn't boast of yet. Konoha might be a breeding ground for S-rank shinobi with a mastery of many chakra natures, but it wasn't commonplace for one person to have complete command of higher than 2 chakra natures. "Can I come in or what?" "Hold on," Naruto groused, searching for the remote attached to his hospital bed. When he found it, he pressed down on a button, and a third of the bed slowly elevated. The twins shifted on the bed, with Naruto's upper body propped up against the inclined section of the bed and Rin snuggled into his side, pulling a thin blanket up and covering their lower bodies. She idly ran a soft hand on Naruto's stomach, setting her head on his shoulder and casting her purple eyes to the door. "Come in," she sang. The door opened and Naruto's face hardened, the corners of his lips invisibly turning down in a frown. "Well, if it isn't the legendary Sucker herself." Tsunade, wearing a white doctor's coat that was open at the front to show her usual clothes, closed the door after herself. She crossed her arms and raised an unimpressed eyebrow. "And if it isn't the Red Chicken himself?" Naruto's eyes widened and he hissed, speaking under his breath and ignoring his twins' giggling. "I told you that in confidence, old woman." The woman snorted, strolling to his bedside and flopping down on the chair next to his bed. "It's been 12 years, brat. And you're a goddamn jounin now. You can't tell me you're still afraid of Dash." A short burst of red mist pulsed from Naruto, flickering on his bed for a split second, with the outlines of his body blurring and a quick buzzing filled the room, until he grunted and his body stopped blurring, held back from lunging at the woman to cover her mouth by his sister. He threw a dirty look at Rin, and the girl in turn blew a raspberry at her brother, wrapping her legs tighter around his left leg, and the hand on his belly reached further and held his other side. All the while, Tsunade remained unflinching on the seat, knowing fully well that the boy had almost leapt from the bed to tackle her. "Shush!" Naruto hissed again. "Shut your goddamn mouth, you old hag!" A tick throbbed on Tsunade's temple, crossing her arms in an attempt to not throttle her grandson. "Is that how you thank the person that saved your life? Ungrateful brat!" Naruto stubbornly crossed his arms. To the untrained eye, he would have looked as emotionless as the side of a mountain, but to the two females, they saw the boy's twisted frown. "Yeah, whatever. Thanks. You can go now." "I just might," Tsunade stated, wearing a frown and sitting back on her chair. "But I won't. Not until I apologize, Dash," she faltered when Naruto averted his eyes from her, looking ahead with a more visible frown. Tsunade chewed on her tongue, swallowing her pride and saying, "Look, Naruto, I'm sorry for hitting you, Dash." "Ha!" Naruto scoffed, still not looking at her or his sister. He directed his eyes to the muted television, playing an early morning news broadcast. "When was that?" "I can't remember." Tsunade pushed on. "I was drunk, but that's not an excuse. It was my fault. I'm sorry, Naruto." A glaze came onto Naruto's eyes, but he blinked it away and squeezed his face in distaste. He didn't reply to her, staring at the television. "Did you hear me? I said I'm sorry." "Yeah, I've heard you," Naruto snapped, whirling to her. His Sharingan blinked on and off at the spike of emotion roiling beneath the surface. Did you want me to soothe your aching conscience? Did you think we'd cry and make up? Tsunade screwed her lips to the side. They had been close once, the twins and Tsunade. Their mom was Tsunade's adopted daughter, entrusted to her by Mito Uzumaki the day Kushina arrived in the village. And very quickly, Tsunade realized that she loved her fiery, rambunctious, tomboyish daughter more than anything in the entire world. The day Tsunade first met the twins, she realized that the boundless love she had for Kushina was dwarfed by the affection she had for the twins. There was nothing Tsunade wouldn't do and no one she wouldn't punch through to make the twins happy. She was their Granny Tsunade. When Kushina died, a big part of Tsunade was buried alongside her daughter. She drowned her soul in alcohol, and in a moment of insensibility, she struck her grandson when he lashed out at her. At the time, Naruto was lashing out against everyone and everything, except his twin, and even in her inebriated state, she knew from a medical standpoint that the boy was taking his mother's passing the worse. He was 5, and he watched his mother die in one of the worst ways possible. Tsunade glanced past the boy to Rin, and the girl twin tried at a smile, a faint one. She nodded to the woman. Tsunade cleared her throat, saying, "You know where I live, so feel free to stop by whenever you want." She didn't move to stand until Naruto nodded his head, once and still not looking at her. She moved to the foot of his bed, into his field of vision, but he still didn't look at her, keeping his eyes up at the television. Tsunade squashed her irritation and retrieved a clipboard from a holder at the foot of his bed, flipping through it and mumbling, "We were able to get most of Yagura's three tails chakra out of you before it could do any real damage to your organs. You were able to get some kind of immunity against tailed beast poisoning from your mom, so right now, your cells are fighting the little tailed beast poison left in your body." She scribbled something on the clipboard, flipping a page up. "The wound in your side has healed, but it's still tender at the moment." She then scoffed. "Honestly, it's remarkable you're alive. The poison from both Orochimaru and the three tails was enough to kill 20 adult elephants." "Yup," Rin chirped proudly. "My brother's a medical mystery." "That he is," Tsunade snorted, returning the clipboard but not moving from the end of the bed. "We'd like to keep you here for observation. At least, until this evening. I'd advise you not to use your bloodline until I clear you, in case it aggravates your wounds. You've been in a coma for the better part of a week, so you have to take it slow for the time being. Give your body time to properly wake up. A nurse would come by later to guide you through some light mobility exercises, give you a massage dash." "That's fine," Rin interjected, briefly flaring at the thought of anyone, man or woman, massaging her brother. "I'll handle the massage." Tsunade spoke slowly. "What if I say that the nurse is a guy? Even worse. You don't know half of the thoughts that run through this pervert's head." Rin jeered, teasing her brother with a poke to his side. "Trust me, Granny, I'll do it. I give great massages." Naruto admitted out loud. She's not wrong. Whether he was acknowledging the kind of thoughts he had or that Rin gave great massages, or both, was up for debate. "If you say so." Tsunade shrugged. "Don't go too far." "I mean it." Sure. Rin flippantly waved away her grandmother's warning, crossing her fingers underneath the blanket. "Absolutely nothing would happen, Granny. You have my word." Tsunade would sooner believe that pigs could fly than trust Rin's oath. The short twinkle in Naruto's eye and the laughing look the twins shared proved that whatever massage Rin was going to give him was not going to be a professional one. Far from it. The woman palmed her face, grumbling. "Kids, come on." "What?" "Nothing's going to happen." Rin doubled down. "You know what? Fine. Fool around if you want, you're only putting your brother's health at risk." She waved away her grandchildren's moaning and griping, making promises that they were going to break the very second Tsunade stepped out of the room. Tsunade wore a half-smile when she saw that Naruto was contributing his oath. She brought the mood down by holding up both hands. "Rin already reported on her mission last week. Your priority, Naruto, is getting back on your feet and back on the field. Right now, We need all of our strongest ninjas healthy and ready for anything. Naruto's brow lowered and his face became serious. What happened? Your dad called for a 5 Kage summit concerning the Mizuki's erratic actions. The meeting's scheduled to hold in a few days in Iron Country, a country neutral to all 5 major hidden villages. The neutrality of the meeting ground was important, especially if the 5 leaders wanted to have a fair and unbiased discussion of global matters. But Konoha's source in Hidden Mist, Crow's Feet, the twins filled in, says that Kiri is making some strange internal movements, gathering up his shinobi and fortifying the village ahead of the summit. We can only assume the Mizuki has outside allies defending his atrocities and supporting his village. Kumo and Iwa immediately sprang to mind. Coincidentally, one was Konoha's greatest enemy and the other was Konoha's shakiest neutrality pact. A war's coming, Naruto finished. His words hung over the room like a foreboding cloud. He looked from his sister to Tsunade, asking, "Where's father now?" "Hidden Chill," Tsunade supplied. "The leader of Chill is giving an investor update on her village's medical institute, ahead of the summit. Minato and the Kazekage went to attend." Suna was the continent's foremost authority on medicine and all things medical technology, so when the Hokage had invited the Kazekage with him to Chill, the leader of Suna was curious enough to follow. Chill, being a close second source of remarkable medicine, was an investment both Konoha and Suna took seriously, and they had been steadily funneling funding to Chill for as long as 2 decades. With Tsunade's arrival to the village, she was also made to be part of the council. She was returned to the shinobi half of the council and reinstated as the head of Konoha's medical department. She also had 12 years' worth of updates from the former head of Konoha's medical department. Then there's the thing where the Mizuki's genocide and Hidden Rain might be trying to poison Konoha's water system, and that Mikoto and her team were attacked by Kiri ninjas on the way back from Zayuki City. Tsunade sighed, shrugging. A lot happened last week. That wasn't mentioning how Rin had come back from Kiri with Samahada, and Uchiha Bonfire had been located at the Valley of End, and that the Aburame had successfully implanted a praying mantis queen into one of their own. Yes, a lot happened the other week. Rin would have to catch her brother up to speed. Heal quickly, brat. There's solo a mission waiting for you at the Hokage's office. Tsunade began walking to the door. Who requested it? Naruto called after her. Stopping at the door, Tsunade gave her grandson a wry smile from over her shoulder. You won't believe me if I tell you. Try me. It's from Katsuchi, the Tsuchiku's son. And with that, Tsunade left the hospital room. Hidden Chill Village used to be a research facility. The first Raikage took notice of the expanse of the nameless frozen land north of Kumo and sent a sizable group of scientists, researchers, and discoverers to find out if there was any use for the land for Kumo. But 2 weeks after the expedition had been sent to the frozen lands, the adventurers were wiped out by the elements. The first Raikage pushed again, sending a second expedition. The then unnamed stretch of frozen wilderness was situated far north of Kumo, sitting at the northernmost part of the continent that could only be accessed by either passing through hidden lightning or navigating the continent on water, having to use special ships to push through the ice and frost. It was too large to be deemed useless. A decade into the endeavor, the second group sent to the icy land were able to build a large above-ground base, where they weathered the harsh storm, stored their equipment, and studied the unforgiving terrain for any gems. Losses were counted and replaced by Kumo, funded in abundance for them to dig into the snow and break through ice to uncover some kind of purpose for the frozen land. The researchers sent out into the cold, barely returning alive and with all of their digits, shook their heads when they were asked if there was anything noteworthy across the land. Nothing but some clustered polar bears, and ice cliffs populated with snow foxes, penguins and seals. For the researchers and discoverers, the area was dubbed the Land of Ice. In official Kumo records, the land was designated Land of Nothing. Then the first war slammed into Kumo, dragged in by its affiliation with the warmongering demon country, and the first Raikage dropped the adventurers of the Land of Ice from his list of priorities, no longer directing funding and troops to the war effort. Until the midpoint of the war, when a small representative group from the Land of Ice came to Kumo to remind the Raikage of their existence, only to find out that the first Raikage had died in battle and was replaced by his son, the second Raikage, who had long since been against the expedition to the Land of Ice but hadn't had a say in matters because his father believed in the Land of Ice. He ordered the expedition group to abandon the Land of Ice and bring their crew back to Kumo, where they would be hailed as heroes, compensated heavily for their 10-year effort, and were going to be given other benefits if they so choose to continue working for Kumo throughout the war. The leader of the representatives relayed this option to his people in the Land of Ice but returned to Kumo alone, and quietly retired to a mountain reserve at the eastern mountain range of Kumo. He would go on to say that leaving the Land of Ice was his biggest regret. His comrades in the Land of Ice refused to believe that the decade they had spent toiling and dying in the Land of Ice was for nothing. They persevered in the terrible cold, ice and storm, digging into the frozen ground and holding fast for as long as they could. It was in this digging underground that the expedition in the Land of Ice that they uncovered healing herbs and plants hundreds of meters under the ground, discovering a lush terrain of healthy soil, and an ancient tunnel system from a forgotten clan that stretched the entire expanse of the Land of Ice, deep underground and away from the howling of the frigid winds. The expedition celebrated their discovery with weeping jubilation, muffled by the constant storm screaming above ground. The Land of Nothing was now the Land of Something. Deservedly spiteful, a new gathering of representatives from the Land of Ice did not go to Kumo with their discovery. They went to Kumo's then enemy, Konoha. And now Konoha, for several decades, was the Land of Ice's greatest benefactor and ally. Hidden Leaf, during the third Hokage's reign, went as far as to push the Land of Ice to be officially recognized as a sovereign territory, untethering the last few strings of connection it had to Kumo. The Land of Ice became the village hidden in the chill. Hidden Chill spanned the entirety of the frozen landscape's underground terrain, carefully and diligently utilizing the funds supplied to it by Konoha to develop itself, growing crops, rearing animals and gradually taming the landscape, devising ways for their people, and people of Konoha, to better survive the climate. They had known suffering and had survived times when supplies were next to nothing. Chill was not going to waste this opportunity. They focused on their talents, science and discovery, and began developing their medical field using the available resources underground, and building technology to excavate these resources and also to make daily life in Chill easier. With the third Hokage's support, Chill established the Hidden Chill Medical Institute, to both train medics of the future, and to serve as the area where medical breakthroughs were primarily discovered. In recent times, under the fourth Hokage, the Konoha investment in Chill attracted the attention of Suna, a close ally of Konoha. Hidden Sand reigned in the continent's medical field, standing head and shoulders over any competition, including Chill. Though Hidden Sand was still a village abandoned by their daimyo, so they were more close-handed in their monetary support of Chill. Suna couldn't match Konoha's monetary or military investment, but they could share some of their knowledge on medicine with Chill, so the Chill Sand Research Wing of the Medical Institute was established. There was a constant Konoha and Suna presence in Chill, watching Kumo, while Chill focused its resources on growing medics and furthering the field of science. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, breathed out appreciatively when a Kakashi helped him out of his thick parka, rubbing his gloved hands together. He wore a navy blue turtleneck sweater, black pants and dark boots. Nodding his gratitude to his youngest daughter, Mikoto, he swept on his Hokage's cloak, gripping the cap in his hands. The Hokage had gone on this excursion to chill with some of the recent graduates of Konoha's academy, Teams 7, 8, 10 and Team Gai. In turn, the Kazekage came with some of his village's genin, and right now they were also shrugging off their heavier winter clothing elsewhere. They were going to meet up soon. If war were to break out, Minato wanted his younger ninjas to be familiar with Konoha and Suna's route to Hidden Chill, since the Leaf Village would more than often be running missions to and from Chill. Aside from the Hokage, Mikoto and Kakashi, the other Konoha genin removed their winter coats outside the Hokage's designated room. Kakashi exited the room first, having not worn anything other than his normal gear and a brown sweater over his jounin vest, leaving the father and daughter pair alone in the room. Chill was a minimalist nation by way of their history, so there wasn't anything special about the room. The walls were carved out from light blue rocks, frozen to their core till they took that shade of color. There was a threadbare chair in one corner of the room and a pair of heaters in two corners of the room, humming red and exuding warmth throughout the room. Neither Hokage nor Genin was able to find the source of light for the well-illuminated room. They were about 50 meters underground, so the thin beams of light that could pass through the whiteout might have been lighting up the underground room. It wasn't likely, but it was a theory. Minato marched to the door, and his daughter paced after him. "Dad!" She intercepted his path before he could open the door, standing in his way with both arms open. She gave him an uneven, nerved smile and slowly asked, "You're not still mad about Sayuki, right?" The man leveled her with a plain look, lowering his eyelids into a dull glare, and, after some seconds, Mikoto whimpered and stepped aside. He opened the door and Mikoto followed him out to where the other genin were, saying in a hushed voice, "Granny was just asking to get punched. At least I didn't do actual jail time." He stopped and gave her another glare, a narrower one, and again the girl backtracked away from him and lowered her eyes with a simpering groan. Minato had given her a thorough chewing out for getting herself thrown into Sayuki's holding cell, and for the past week, Mikoto had been penitent. The man grunted and proceeded through the bubbling junior ninjas, who gingerly kept to the man's back while their teachers walked at their backs. For many of Genin, this was their first time so far from Konoha, and in such a mystifying place too. Each of their Jounin sensei emphasized that they brought along boots they could maneuver in, or at the very least wore thick socks under their shinobi sandals, so the heavy footfalls of the hallway echoed with the chattering whisper of the genin. Sakura looked to be the happiest of them. She skipped next to Mikoto, clutching the straps of her backpack and biting her bottom lip, hardly able to bottle up her frothing excitement. She barely took notice of Sasuke, wearing his Chunin vest and carefully examining the path they were walking in, too eagerly listening to Kurenai give a last-minute lecture on chill etiquette. "Chill doesn't take well to gifts, giving or receiving," she said, keeping any condescension from her address. "They've worked for everything they have. Receiving something without earning it through hard work or fair trade is unacceptable here by their moral standards, or by any chill citizen anywhere." "Well, that's weird," Ino remarked, keeping her hands inside the pockets of her coat. "Who doesn't like gifts? That's how things are done here." Kurenai shrugged. "You have to understand that Chill's history is steeped with not receiving handouts. Gifts are taboo here." "Kurenai-sensei," Sakura chirped, sticking her hand up for a question. Sasuke rolled his eyes, and Asuma was almost tempted to share the gesture with the boy. "Does that mean, even as guests, we have to work hard to earn a place to sleep?" Kurenai smirked, glad for the question. "No. Our group is an official delegation from Konoha to Hidden Chill, and as so, our hosts are obligated to find us a good place to sleep. It's a case where global norm overrides traditional norm." The hallway opened up into a wider space with a circular floor space and a dome-shaped ceiling, where the Suna delegation and the Chill representatives waited for them to arrive. A wide smile stretched across Minato's face as he strode to them. "I'm sorry for our tardiness. Some of our huskies tripped. It was a whole ordeal." A blue-haired woman in a button-up lab coat, black tights, black socks and low-heeled shinobi sandals gave the man a slanting smile, reaching her left hand forward and collecting Minato's handshake. She replied, her honeyed voice silkier than silk, "Well, that's a new one, Lord Minato." She had thin black eyebrows, a small nose and thin red lips. She was the kind of person that was effortlessly attractive, doing the bare minimum in terms of makeup and still being breathtaking. Her expression, though pale from living in the cold since she was a child, wasn't in the least bit cold. Rather, her half-smile lifted a little as she raised an eyebrow, asking the Hokage in her smooth, airy tone, "How long did it take for you to think of that excuse?" Minato chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head with his right hand, clasping a firm handshake with his left from the Kazekage, patting the Suna leader's shoulder familiarly. "The whole trip." Familiar with Yumicho since before he was a genin, Minato didn't fall prey to the Chill leader's allure. It was more difficult to fall for Yumi's bloodline, in Minato's case, especially since the man had been present for Yumi's awkward emo phase. Yumi's bloodline tended to work more on some people than others, exhibited in the Chunin exams when her allure didn't petrify the leader of Hidden Marsh, or any member of the Hyuga clan. The general rule of thumb when conversing with Yumi was to not look directly at her. Even without her bestowing her crystalline blue eyes on someone, one look at her and the person would immediately be petrified. The others, both Konoha and Suna, weren't so skilled. Kakashi and Asuma pointedly averted their gaze from the woman's shimmering smile. Kurenai was speaking to Baki and two other Suna Jounin-sensei. Minato felt a sweat drop at Yumi's antics. The Genin, or Chunin, in Sasuke's case, were a mix of spellbound and petrified. A line of drool leaked from the corner of Kiba's mouth, Tenten's mouth fell open and her shoulders were slumped, Sakura was still, eyes wider than dinner plates, and Ino was the same. Shino was stunned in place, buzzing from his gut. They were all struck by the woman's graceful charm. Except for Mikoto and Gaara. The two Jinchuriki stood on opposite ends of the gathering, yet their dark looks cut through their teammates and clashed. Gaara crossed his arms and Mikoto pushed her hands into the pockets of her white hoodie, glowering. Their eyes flashed, one red and the other yellow. Mikoto started to Gaara, until she felt a tug at the back of her hoodie, halting her approach. "Mikoto, stop it!" Hinata whispered, pulling again when a rumbling snarl rose from the back of Mikoto's throat, never once taking her eyes off Gaara. Hinata's whisper lowered and she dipped her head close to Mikoto's, saying, "Everyone's watching." Mikoto's eyes snapped up, switching back to blue. Her brow raised up when she realized everyone was looking at them, her and Gaara. The group was still, looking from the glaring one-tail holder to the nine-tails Jinchuriki. The girl's eyes darted to her father. The man screwed his lips into an unseen frown and subtly shook his head. Yumi's brows knitted, specifically observing Mikoto. Then the chill leader clapped her hands together, a sharp sound that echoed in the featureless area. It served to dispel the lingering cloud of her allure and also jerk their attention back to her, this time not subjecting them to her bloodline. "So, let's get to Hidden Chill." The guards with her ushered the Konoha and Suna delegations away, giving Yumi a wide berth. Her fingers flicked through 36 hand seals and she slammed her palms to the ground. Inky black lines raced from the contact, webbing across the floor and reaching the very edges of the round area, passing under the feet of the visiting delegations. The Fuinjutsu ran up the length of the room, curving along the dome-shaped ceiling and meeting once again at the top. Descend. The room rumbled and steadily began to descend. Chapter 14. Niji shadowed Hinata and Mikoto, as his clan head ordered him to. He observed them. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder, lingering in the middle of the crowd of the Konoha/Suna delegation. Hinata had her hands at her back, her thin fingers laced and a slight skip in her somewhat slouched step, and Mikoto's hands were tucked deep into the pockets of her white hoodie, walking with a lazy slink, yet despite the difference in their posture and confidence, the girls strolled closely alongside each other. They weren't conversing, animatedly listening to the leader of Hidden Chill as she led them through a walkway, where bronze and plastic prosthetics were displayed in glass cases, showing the gradual progression from their very first finished prosthetic, which was a glorified metal peg, to their latest model, a sleek and functional reimagining of the human arm or leg. Although our engineers are working on a way to make these prosthetics more affordable and easier to construct, our tests so far have been wonderfully positive. Yumi lectured the crowd, stopping by the last glass case and making a flourishing gesture with her right hand. Human trials have shown that a person of reasonable ninja proficiency can quickly adapt to their new appendage. Civilians might find it harder to move about, but not impossible. Niji hummed when Mikoto leaned sideways to Hinata and murmured something, and the other girl smiled slightly and rolled her eyes, not replying. Their group continued on their tour, and Niji dwelled further on the girl's unexpected friendship. Hinata was a quiet girl. Withdrawn and overly gentle, though Niji had seen her dote and worry over her baby sister and her new friend, Mikoto. And on the other side of the spectrum, Mikoto was wild and expressive, excessively energetic at times and oddly focused at other times, Niji was well aware that the village considered her to be a genius on par with her father and her older siblings, and with the analytical, yet snappish, way she flicked her blue eyes, he was inclined to agree. He had heard gossip that she had spent a few hours in a Zayuki holding cell for assaulting Tsunade Senju, so Niji suddenly didn't feel too confident in his summary of Mikoto's recognized genius. Still, for the whole week after her return to the village from the retrieval mission, Mikoto had spent 4 days sleeping over in the Hyuga clan head's house. Despite Hanabi's staunch complaints and disagreements, Mikoto made herself at home. So much so, she brought a spare futon from her home in the Uchiha compound to Hinata's room. The forced inclusion of the 4th Hokage's youngest child into their daily routine was something the clan head could no longer look away from. He could tolerate the girl sleeping on the couch in Hinata's quarters, and he didn't have an issue adding another seat to the table. After all, money wasn't an issue for them. The futon, strangely enough, was the straw that broke the camel's back. Honestly, Niji relished in his uncle's ire. He enjoyed Hanabi's griping. He tolerated Mikoto because she was a bothersome addition to the clan head's house. Something he didn't like, though, was seeing Hinata smile. Niji chewed his tongue, watching another exchange from the girls. Hinata turned a little to Mikoto and whispered something, and it made Mikoto snort aloud, stopping the tour to look back at her. She sheepishly smiled, waving her hands apologetically. Something flew into my mouth. Sorry. Yumi hummed, fixing her eyes on Mikoto, studying her curiously. The Hokage chuckled, clearly nervous. You were talking about the upgraded medic pack. Yes, was Yumi's delayed murmur, tearing her eyes off her friend's daughter and giving the man a fleeting smile, walking ahead into a classroom. The plaque above the door of the class read, Auditorium 1A. 4 people were waiting in the auditorium on a raised platform as the delegation streamed inside. They were all wearing white lab coats with red armbands on their right arms signifying that they were medic trainees. 1 was lying on the floor, 2 were kneeling on either side of the one on the floor, and a 4th stood back with a notepad and pencil. Yumi waited for everyone to flood into the class, standing at the podium at the front of the lesson hall on the raised platform, saying as they gathered before the stage. Some of the students prepared a quick demonstration of our latest improvement to the medic pack. She nodded to them and the students began. One of the students on his knees eased a slim backpack off his back, laying it down near the head of the boy strewn on his back. He unzipped the pack and removed a flattened oxygen mask from inside, pressing it over the mouth of the student on the floor. The flat instrument steadily regained its shape as the boy on his back breathed shallow breaths into it. The student with the notepad came forward and narrated in a cartoonishly chipper voice. The inclusion of basic Fuinjutsu to the curriculum of medical and engineering students of this institute, at the prompting of Lord Hokage, has made carrying large bundles of portable medical equipment on the field easier. Her classmate took out a row of syringes arranged on a belt from the pack, rolling it out on the ground close to their victim. It almost seems obvious that medical equipment is carried about inside storage seals, but Fuinjutsu isn't an art that appeals to the masses. Yumi cleared her throat abruptly, but the student eyed her, finishing his words with the same upbeat, peppy energy. But knowledge of basic Fuinjutsu has worked wonders in terms of convenience. He bowed. Thank you. Sakura jumped in her applause, earning a flourishing bow to the girl from the student with the notepad. A few other claps tentatively joined Sakura's, and Yumi eagerly ushered them out of the auditorium. Please save your questions for the end of the tour. She pointedly smiled at Sakura, calming the jittery girl with a harmless drop of her allure. It did the trick, easing the girl back on her heels, spreading out and eliciting a longing sigh from most in their group. Except for 5 particular people. Minato was immune to Yumi's allure, and Niji and Hinata's Byakugan allowed them to look through any perceived sensory manipulation. Mikoto and Gaara were peculiarly unaffected. Niji noticed a redhead with a large gourd on his back sidling up to Hinata's side, realizing Mikoto's subtly raised heckles. 2 Sunagenin slid up to Niji's right, behind the redhead. Niji spared a glance to one of the sand ninjas at his side, the one wearing purple war paint on his face and grimacing fiercely at Mikoto's back. Niji easily recalled who the Suna redhead was, remembering his and Mikoto's calamitous fight in the Chunin exams, and how he had to be carried off a stretcher long after the battle, in critical condition. Their group didn't notice, chattering amongst themselves as they kept pace with the leader of Hidden Chill as she directed them to a train station. The Hidden Chill Medical Institute was a large school entirely dedicated to developing and evolving the medical profession, and this involved medicine and medical technology. Plenty of funding had been poured into the growth of the school from Konoha. Although Hidden Chill spanned the entirety of the subterranean landscape of the frozen wasteland, the medical school took up a good 50% of it. A short train ride was needed to travel the full length of the school. Their journey was to the school's north annex, 20 minutes away. The two trains dedicated to transporting medical students were steel gray and dark brown. The preferred minimalist designs of Hidden Chill meant that the trains were rigid rectangles and not very flashy, powered by steam. The delegation was more amazed by the cleanliness of the subway, seeing their blurry reflections from the cream-colored tiles and the clear white fluorescent lights hanging horizontally throughout the underground train station. Asuma and Kurenai stopped at the map of the train route. Kurenai traced her finger from her position to the other end of the medical school, a straight line that would have taken a few hours if their group decided on trekking. "I've been meaning to apologize for what happened in our match," Mikoto said, bringing Niji back to observing Hinata and Mikoto. She spoke with a half-smile and cast a dark gaze around her friend Tagara, whose narrowed eyes stayed facing forward. He didn't sport any bandages or injuries on his face, and his stoic expression hardened at the perceived joviality in Mikoto's voice. She glanced a look at Hinata, and the worried girl shook her head, taking her left hand and pushing it into Mikoto's right hoodie pocket, taking her hand. Mikoto's glower lessened and her smile lifted, facing Gaara and chirping. "No hard feelings, okay?" A slow smile crept up Gaara's profile, an alien expression that he wasn't used to displaying, and he flicked his eyes to Hinata, flicking his eyes up and down the girl before tilting his head around the Hyuga to Mikoto. "Seems like you've been declawed, Namikaze." His eyelids lowered into a simmering stare, crossing his arms and shrugging his stiff shoulders. "And here I thought we could have a rematch. But what's the point of fighting a neutered animal?" Mikoto's eyes momentarily flashed red, and her teeth sharpened, though retreating to normal a split second after displaying a full grin to the other Jinchuriki. She blinked away the wild expression, saying through tight lips, "Let it go, Gaara. Let's not cause a scene." "Why?" he said in a scratchy whisper. They walked into a train car. "You were more than eager to put me in the hospital. The doctor said it's a miracle I can still walk. Those chains of yours nearly crippled me, Namikaze. And that's not even talking about the concussion. The surgeries. The therapy." A glimmer of regret passed Mikoto's face, and she shifted back. Hinata pulled her back, but Mikoto didn't meet her searching gaze. Instead, Mikoto gnawed on her bottom lip, mumbling, "You made fun of my brother, that's on you, but I lost control, Gaara, and that's my fault. I'm sorry." "You don't get to be sorry, Namikaze," Gaara snarled. His tone was quiet and grating, choked with emotion. The Jounin at their back, Suna and Konoha alike, were more preoccupied with settling genin into their seats. Mikoto, Hinata and Gaara took a seat, and behind them, Niji, and the two other Suna ninjas, Temari and Kankuro. Niji reminded himself, pushed onto the same seat. "You're not sorry." "Not yet." "You want a rematch?" "Huh, Gaara?" "Fine." Mikoto spat. She could overlook Gaara's foreboding threat, but Niji couldn't, especially when he saw the subtle shiver of Gaara's sand gourd. "We'll fight when we get out of chill." "No," Gaara hissed, his eyes darkening with tailed beast chakra. He threw an arm around Hinata's shoulder and smiled, twisted and deranged. The train pushed forward with a smooth jolt, chugging firmly on the tracks, but Gaara didn't look to care about where he was. His fingers elongated and sharpened, tickling Hinata's neck, and the uncomfortable Hyuga cringed away. Mikoto's eyes widened and Gaara trilled, not so quietly, "We fight here. Now, Namikaze." Niji shot off his seat and said in his loudest voice, "Lady Hinata, Lady Mikoto, I believe I just heard Kakashi-sensei calling for you. Everyone in the car turned to them, and Gaara looked over his shoulder at the stoic Hyuga, pulling his fingers back to normal. The Hokage, the Kazekage and the chill leader, sitting at the very front of the car, stopped their conversation and turned back to look at Niji. Kakashi looked up from his orange novel across the aisle, and his brow lowered when he saw Hinata's discomfort at having Gaara's arm over her shoulder, and Mikoto's panicked face. Niji sent him a look, and Kakashi's jaw hardened before he shook off the expression and replaced it with an easy smile. Yeah, you never told me about how Lady Tsunade sent you flying. He nudged Sasuke and jerked his head to Sakura, who was also in their seat. Hinata can come too. He beckoned to them, patting the seat beside him with a patronizing eye smile. Come, come. Sasuke grumbled and got up with Sakura, switching places with a grateful Mikoto and Hinata. Niji sat back down and crossed his arms, ignoring Temari as she appreciatively nudged his knee with hers. Kankuro didn't share his older sister's sentiment. Relative normalcy returned to their group. Meanwhile, Gaara and Mikoto, sitting on opposite sides of the aisle, never looked away from each other. Unwittingly, the features of both Jinchuriki mirrored their simmering emotions. Gaara's eyes swirled yellow and the area around his eyes darkened, while Mikoto's stare elongated into a vulpine red as the markings on her cheeks thickened. It was only a matter of time before they exploded. 20 minutes from the train. Somewhere in the hidden Chill Medical Institute. Haydn slurred a laugh, too addled with drugs. His eyes looked down at himself, amusedly tittering at his dismantled body parts laid out on the operating table, strapped down and pumped to semi-consciousness by a steady drip of anesthesia. The Konoha ninjas that had cleaned up AIM didn't bother cashing in his bounty in hot water country. Rather, they donated his immortal body to Hidden Chill to be studied. You motherfuckers! He swore, his tongue too heavy for his mouth. The pain they subjected him to was delicious. They had sawed open his skull and studied his brain. They examined his reaction to different volts of electricity, different concoctions of poisons, and different manners of physical trauma. All the while taking eager notes, and speaking excitedly about how much of a medical marvel he was. The Chill leader and the Hokage weren't particularly compassionate about what they did to him, and Haydn loved it. More than 6 times that day, he had blacked out in orgasmic bliss. I'll kill all of you, motherfuckers! His curses followed the scientists as they left the room, flicking the lights off. Lord Jashin, free me, these cocksuckers need to die. His blistering thoughts, sluggish yet boiling, focused on the Chill leader and the Hokage. Oh, the things I'll do to you! Both of you! His detached toes curled, euphoric as another wave of pain rolled over his body. In his delirium, he saw the darkness close to the operating table he was strapped to bulge from the ground, rising and facing him. The hell! Nice seeing what's left of you, Haydn, the shadow said with a lilting laugh, its dark tone heavy in the darkness of the operating room. Haydn coughed a weak laugh, whispering shrilly and frothing at the mouth. Zetsu! Get me the fuck off this thing! And get me my mother fucking scythe! Gladly. That evening in Konoha. As soon as Naruto was allowed to leave the hospital, Rin led them down the street to a diner squeezed at the very back of the village's red light district. The sun had set and the dusky orange light bulbs of the diner buzzed busily, crackling as bugs tapped against them. A thin cloud of smoke hung above the seats and tables. The cigarette butts the smoke wafted from, perched between fingers and lips, sizzled red in random areas of the dim diner. A greasy cook whistled a jaunty tune from the kitchen, a stark contrast to the gloom of the diner, collecting another order from a sickly waitress, sliding a plate of fried fish and red dipping sauce, touching the bell to get the attention of another waitstaff, a slouching boy with listless eyes. The twins found a table somewhere close to the kitchen door. Rin laughed a little, a sweat drop sliding down the side of her face as she eased herself onto her tall stool, carefully watching her amused brother slide onto his stool. What? He asked, shifting his chair a bit from the kitchen door as it swung open. Another waitstaff bumbled out holding 2 trays in both hands and stumbling his way to a booth near the restroom. This isn't as fancy as I wanted for our first date after your discharge from the hospital. She smiled uneasily as a portly woman at the table behind her coughed wetly, snorting deeply and blowing her nose into a dirty yellow handkerchief. All of the restaurants around the village are all fully booked. Ichiraku is packed. That Akimichi bakery we love eating at is jam-packed. She pursed her lips and looked away from her brother, throwing her eyes at the depressing diner. This is the best I could find. Naruto sat forward on his perch, placing his right elbow on the table and setting his head on his palm, fixing his purple eyes on Rin. His other hand reached out for hers, and she gripped it with both hands. This is perfect, Rin. She pouted, petulant. Stop lying. His eyes sparked and he smirked. Well? A slow smile lifted the girl's expression, gently squeezing his hand at the look he was giving her, as if she was the only person he could see in the damp, grimy diner. His words oozed admiration for her. As filthy as this place is, I honestly don't mind as long as you're here. Flirt. She snorted, sitting forward with her right elbow balanced on the table and her chin perched on the back of her hand, lacing her fingers with Naruto's. A foot jokingly kicked Naruto's shin and Rin flushed, winking at him. How do you make it look so easy? Naruto's chuckled at the faint glow of her cheeks. What? My effortless charm? She rolled her eyes. Shush. Raising her hand, and a listless waiter came slinking over to their table. She flicked her eyes to her brother, saying, What do you want? My treat. Naruto scoffed with a knowing smile. Is that why you didn't bring my wallet? For the week he had been in a coma, Rin was the one to bathe and dress him. And throughout waking up, his wallet was the very last thing Naruto was concerned about. Going out to eat, the twins usually had a system where they alternated who paid for the food. On days one couldn't pay, the other would handle the tab while the defaulter paid for 2 outings. This didn't happen very often. Currently, it was Naruto's turn to pay. The boy leaned back and gave his sister an acknowledging look. I'm impressed. His reply from Rin was a wide, sunny grin that she had been caught red-handed. Naruto turned his attention to the waiter. What's the special? Chef's pretty proud of his rice curry. The waiter shrugged. Naruto nodded. I'll have that then. Put in some beef strips and a bottle of your best soda. He expertly smothered a smirk when Rin discreetly felt her pocket for her wallet, glancing under the table and peering inside. She closed her eyes, relieved, lifting her purple eyes to her brother and giving him a clownish frown. Is there a problem? No problem at all. She huffed, and Naruto's small smile widened. She turned to the waiter and asked, Do you guys accept debit card payments? The waiter crushed her hopes with a dull, no. Rin cursed soundlessly. Naruto relished in her discomfort, shuffling uncomfortably in her seat. That's all right. She sent a scathing look to her brother, tightening her grip on their laced hands, and the boy withdrew with a slight smile, zipping his lips. I'll have sushi and water. Thank you. The waiter left without needing any more prompting. I haven't gone on any mission all week, so I'm a bit dry. Rin admitted with a one-shoulder shrug, refusing to be ashamed as she lifted her chin. Bite me. Naruto was quick to reply, furrowing his brow and leaning forward on the table. You've been looking after me all week, and I'm more than thankful. Rin brought herself forward, tilting her head down to their hands. We could have pushed this date to some other day. You've got that solo mission to IWA tomorrow, right? And I'm going with Itachi to the Valley of End to check out that Uchiha bonfire. Then there's the fact that the Fourth War might happen any second now. Who knows when our next date would be? She was brought out of her rising panic when her brother nudged her shin with his foot. Rin groaned, letting her brow touch the table, sighing as Naruto idled a thumb to draw soothing circles at the back of her hand. Thanks. Is that why you've been stressed? The boy smiled at her grunt, teasingly sliding his right foot up and down her left calf. Because of their connection, her worries reflected off him and dipped his shoulders. He made a decision and told her, I'll take you somewhere after we eat. There's something I need to tell you. She lifted her head from the table, eyes steadily lighting up. Where to? What do you need to tell me? He winked and Rin narrowed her eyes, suspicious of him. Naruto. It's not far, he assured her with a pat on the back of her hand. It'll make both of us feel better, I promise. When their food came, they ate with muffled conversations, brief smiles and flirtatious pokes with their feet under the table. They finished their dinner and were content to leave the diner within an hour, walking hand in hand deeper into the red light district by Naruto's beckoning. Usually, Rin could easily read her brother's thoughts, and vice versa, so she was quickly able to pick up where he was taking her to, meandering buildings until they burst out at Konoha's eastern coast. The earth was an uneven mix of rocks and sand, peppering the length of the coast where fishing boats had long since been pulled out of the water onto dry land, away from the tide. There was a solitary sailboat bobbing on the calm water 5 miles from the coast. Naruto took his sister down the coast to a place both of them knew. It was to a capsized rowboat lying upside down on the ground, thoroughly eaten up by rot and termites, and a crumbling home for crabs. The paint of the boat was long gone, worn off by the elements, replaced by a dry green shade on its underside and a dusty white everywhere else. It was a moonless, starless night, illuminated by the bright lights cast from the village at their back. Rin smiled quietly, kneeling by the boat while her brother watched, tracing their parents' engraved initials, circled in a rough heart. Her fingers traced the heart, and the fond smile on her face softened when she heard her brother wander to the shoreline, where the tide just barely reached his feet, looking out into the sea at the lonely rowboat bobbing out at sea. The person on the rowboat glanced up, formerly reclined. Their silhouette was that of a young girl. The lights from the village showed her red hair and purple eyes, glinting behind a pair of glasses. She laid back down on the boat, looking up at the featureless night sky. Naruto licked his lips and said, speaking in a shallow voice, "For some weeks now, I've been hearing rumors that the Uzumaki that are still alive, part or full Uzumaki, old and young, ninja and civilian, are gathering on Whirlpool Country and rebuilding." Rin's brow lowered and her eyes squinted at her brother's profile, peering out into the open waters at the boat. His hands went to his back and his shoulders slumped. "That's great, right? I was thinking that," the boy said with delayed words, hesitant. "When everything over here calms down, I'm going over to Whirlpool to help rebuild." He rubbed his nose and glanced over his shoulder at her, as his sister slowly got to her feet, remaining by the boat and watching him carefully. His sister asked, "Okay? I was hoping that you'd come with me," he finished, taking his eyes off her and back to the water, in the general direction of Whirlpool Country. There wasn't any delay in her answer, stepping up to him and taking his left hand in both of hers, looking at him with a warm look. "Of course I'm going with you, Naruto." Her temple creased lightly as she smirked. "But why this all of a sudden?" It was a valid question. The twins identified more with the Namikaze clan than the Uzumaki clan. They were speedsters, they were as flighty as their nomadic clan, and they had taken residence with the Uchiha clan when the Namikazes all died out. Although the two of them had abnormally large chakra reserves, it was nothing compared to that of an Uzumaki jounin. Mikoto, their younger sister, was more Uzumaki than them. Rin searched her brother's face for an answer. Naruto mulled his next words carefully, gently prying his sister's hands off his hand, and facing the water. "After Mom died, I used to be jealous of you, Rin." His sister's breath caught in her throat, and her eyes glazed over. He gave her a brief smile, looking at her. "Sometimes, some days, I still am." "Why?" "I'm drowning," he stated, exhaling and pursing his lips. After a short pause, he continued, "When I push against the current, I lose a part of my soul. When I let the current take me, I lose parts of my mind." His eyes flashed red, evolving and devolving in an instant for her to see his Mangekyo Sharingan. "I got this curse when I saw Mom die, when I pushed against the current." He touched the side of his head and spoke with gritted teeth. "Whenever I use them, and I let the current take me, I always see her. Always." He turned to her and gripped Rin's hands, squeezing. "What's worse is that I see you too. Dead. Father and Mikoto. Dead." He brought her hands to his lips and he pressed them on her knuckles, shutting his eyes and speaking solemnly. You've been able to weather the storm, Rin. You stayed on the water, despite the storm after Mom died and everything else you're going through, and I was jealous. Rin swallowed the lump in her throat, bringing herself close to him. Whenever I think I'm going to lose myself, you pull me out of the water. He pursed his lips again and closed his eyes, saying, What I'm trying to say is that, with you, everything always works out in the end. A whisper of a smile wavered onto his sister's expression, leaning in and setting her brow against Naruto's. This time, I want you to trust me when I say, everything is going to work out. Whatever happens, wherever we go, however far we are from each other, everything's going to work out for us in the end. What about you being Hokage? Rin scuffed her foot on the ground. Dad wants you to be his successor. Naruto smiled, kissing her knuckles again. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. And the Abirane kid Lord Shibi wants you to train? Don't worry about that. So, Rin smirked saucily and waggled her eyebrows. You want us to go to Whirlpool and help rebuild, right? Naruto laughed at her double meaning, and she grinned, proud of herself. I'll take that as a yes dash. Naruto came in and pressed his lips against hers. Chojuro watched from the treetops as Konoha's prison transport carriage trudged out of the village gates, surrounded by guards armed to the teeth, cautiously moving to the Fire Country Supermax prison north of the village. While Konoha had the resources to imprison their criminals inside the team-managed penitentiary in the Forest of Death, some strings had been pulled as the Hokage was out of the village to transport one particularly high-risk inmate from Konoha's penitentiary to the Fire Country Supermax prison. The solid iron transport purposely moved at a sluggish pace for the guards ahead to clear the way of potential roadblocks. Kiri's mole and Konoha hadn't been able to convince the T to reduce the guards around the inmate. Thankfully, the Mizukage prioritized retrieving the prisoner over being discreet. Which was why he sent 2 of his swordsmen on the mission, both heavy hitters in their own right. The 2 Kiri ninjas followed the transport till Konoha's gates were far out of sight, skirting outside the field of detection of the guards. A spindly man wearing an eggshell white mask bent down inside a bush far from the road inside the surrounding forest. He clenched the Nobari, needle-long sword, in his right hand, and with his right hand he formed a single-hand sign, flooding the area with mist. Chojuro took that as a cue to attack, and he dove in with Hiramakirai. He noiselessly fell on the floor and made a beeline for the transport carriage, bounding over the thick ninja wire that crisscrossed in his path, threaded through the guards and tangling them in horrific positions. The teen ignored the wails of agony as Kushamari yanked at the thread spool through his needle sword, whipping the guards away from the carriage into the forest. Not even the horses were spared. The screaming subsided abruptly, bathing the woods in heavy silence. Chojuro kicked at the back of the carriage, but a seal manifested, absorbing the kick and remaining firmly on the door. The locking seal hummed blue over the sole entrance of the windowless carriage, and a barrier seal thrummed a translucent bubble over the iron frame. The teen pushed his bandaged sword against the locking seal, and the blade began absorbing the chakra without needing any more prompting, drawing in the chakra and weakening the seal. When the locking seal crumpled into droplets of useless ink, the barrier seal fell as well. The teen sliced the locks and hinges of the iron door and tore it off. Kushamara joined him, standing at his back with the needle sword balanced on his shoulder, and his wrists limply perched on either side of the flexible sword. Too easy. Chojuro ignored his comrade's snide comment and marched into the iron carriage. Soon after, he exited with a trembling Kabuto Yakushi. Chapter 15. This is odd, Yumi said under her breath, looking out into the vacant train station. She glanced at the Hokage, saying in a discreet voice, The station is never empty. Mikoto's ears caught this, standing in the middle of the delegation, holding Hinata's hand in an iron grip. She shot a look over her shoulder, around Kakashi to the sand trio lingering by the sliding doors of the train with their team sensei. Gaara was staring at her. The artificial lights of the underground train station hummed soundlessly, casting light on every corner of the large station, reflecting its white light off the waxed gray-white marble floor. A hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder, and her head jerked around to the person, relaxing her guard when she saw that it was Sasuke. He nodded to the edge of the cluster of genin, and Mikoto followed, pulling Hinata along till they were outside of the group. Gaara's eyes trailed her. When they were some distance from the group, within sight of the jounin as they threw cautious looks to the three of them but far enough to not be overheard, Sasuke dipped his head and gestured for his former teammate to do the same, flicking a look to Hinata as Mikoto drew her into their circle. "Was he really serious about fighting you?" Sasuke asked without further delay. Mikoto pursed her lips and nodded, and Sasuke's eyebrows rose, incredulous. "Right there on the train?" Mikoto's tight silence answered his question. He crossed his arms, puffing out his chest and flashing a slight smirk when he saw Mikoto momentarily look at his Chunin vest. "If it comes to that, will you be able to defend yourself? At least, until I arrive?" Mikoto frowned. "Since when have you ever been worried about me?" "I don't," he corrected her. "But it'll look bad if my future mentor's sister dies while I'm around. It's a matter of pride for me and Naruto-sensei." "My hero," Mikoto sneered sarcastically, looking over her shoulder and meeting Gaara's fixed stare. "And don't call him sensei. He hasn't agreed to train you, remember?" That made Sasuke deflate a little, and Mikoto's expression brightened up at that. "Besides, I still owe you a broken arm." Sasuke groaned, palming his face. "It was a fair match." Mikoto snorted, parroting his former words. "It's a matter of pride for me, and my big brother." Losing in front of him, and the rest of her family, was a stain on her perfect record that Mikoto doubted she could ever wipe away. Still, there was a stark lack of venom in her words, shooting another look to Gaara, chewing on her tongue. "Look!" Sasuke brought her attention back to him. "As crazy as he seems, wanting to start a fight on a moving train on Allied soil." Mikoto's brows lowered at Sasuke not so subtly flexing his diplomatic awareness to her. As a Chunin, he had gone on a handful of diplomatic missions with other Chunin, that much she knew. "I don't think he's looking for a fair fight, like the Chunin exams. He wants blood," Mikoto said resignedly, her shoulders wilting. Sasuke nodded. The Chunin looked at Hinata and his lips straightened at her pale face, and her trembling, glazed eyes stared down at the floor. Understandable, since some minutes ago she was a hostage. "Will you be okay, Hinata?" Mikoto's apprehension of her situation evaporated and her jaw dropped at Sasuke's question. He humphed, lifting his chin and sneering at his former teammate. "I couldn't care less about you, blockhead, but Hinata didn't have to be brought into your mess." He gestured to the unspeaking girl, at her raised shoulders and her low-hanging chin. "She might not be used to the chaos that seems to revolve around you." "Ah," Mikoto cooed, pouting patronizingly and teasing the stubborn Uchiha. "Does Lil Sasuke have a heart?" "TCH." The boy walked around her back to the crowd, away from Mikoto's tittering laughter. Mikoto grinned, adjusting her backpack as she ribbed Hinata. "Times like this, you forget that Sasuke's still a self-centered bastard." Hinata's glassy eyes stuck to the ground and her small lips were somewhat parted, adding to the hollowness of her stare. Mikoto's lips tightened and she checked her neck again, confirming that Gaara's claws hadn't nicked her skin or drawn blood. She sighed, bringing Hinata to her front and backing the crowd. "Hinata." The Hyuga licked her lips, looking at Mikoto's shoes, tracing the light blue running shoes her friend wore with her pale eyes. "It won't happen again," Mikoto promised, tilting her head down, and forcing Hinata's eyes to meet hers. Hinata stammered airily. I wasn't expecting him to do that." Her listless eyes rose, moving to look past her shoulders to Gaara. The Jinchuriki slowly smirked, and Hinata tore her gaze away from him. "Mikoto," she whispered, and the other girls stepped closer, giving Hinata her ear. "I think he wants to kill me." Mikoto chewed her tongue again, leaning back to look at her friend's unsteady eyes. She knew what Hinata was going to say next. She said so on a few occasions before, and Mikoto never liked hearing it. "And I'm not afraid of dying. I'm really not." Hinata's hands held Mikoto's, and the girls stonily stared at her. "I'm scared about what you'll do when that happens." The two friends had had many sleepovers, and they had spoken about many things. Things others their age would never discuss. Like mortality. Kyubi craved death. Glorious death. This thirst for grim fulfillment filtered into Mikoto, as hard as she tried to stand against dying. Confiding in Hinata, she found out that the Hyuga had similar thoughts on death. Grim fulfillment. Glorious death. Mikoto spoke scathingly, keeping her voice low. I won't let you die. A whisper of a smile lifted Hinata's pallid face, and she gently squeezed Mikoto's hands. I won't let you die either. Yumi clapped her hands for their group's attention, and the two friends standing away from them turned to look at her. Mikoto narrowed her eyes when her father pointedly looked at her. He nodded. A message was sent. There was something wrong, and he wanted her to be on guard. But he didn't want the other genin to panic. The jounin in their midst, Suna, Konoha and Chill alike, including Sasuke, received this message as quietly as the Hokage's daughter. Ever so carefully, they wandered out of the group and stood guard around them. Guy marched to Mikoto and Hinata, standing at their back. He winked at Hinata when she turned to him. There seems to be a slight issue. Nothing at all to worry about. Her allure wafted off her pores as an invisible fog, softly blanketing the genin and calming them down. She did this without hand seals, smiling gently and beckoning her to follow as she unhurriedly trotted to a set of 5 turnstiles. They were as tall as her waist with 2 short, transparent doors for each of the stiles. It looked almost too pointless, as anyone could easily vault them. If you'll follow me, I'll show you more of Hidden Chill's Medical Institute. She swiped a key card on a turnstile, and it blinked green twice, unlocking with an opening swish. She did the same for 2 other stiles, throwing them open for the group to walk through them. They moved in relative noiselessness to a long flight of stairs shooting upwards to the street. Halfway up the stairs, all of the artificial lights flicked off, delving them into darkness. Mikoto's ears caught the distinct sounds of weapons being unsheathed, hands clenching into tight fists, and jaws gnashing. 5 seconds later, red emergency lights softly pulsed on, flooding the expanse of the train station, and what felt like the entirety of Chill's northernmost axis, with red lights. Mikoto saw that any weapon-wielding jounin had their weapons out and ready. Tenten, a member of Team Guy, was brandishing a silver hatchet in her right hand while her left was set on top of the large scroll slung at her lower back. Nage, at Hinata's other side, had his Byakugan activated and was glaring down the stairs, and Lee was at the front of the group, near the Hokage, the Kazekage and the leader of Chill, clenching and unclenching his fists as his eyes looked up at the street exit ahead. Stay where you are. Don't get separated. Asuma ordered them, brandishing his trench knives. A shadow eclipsed the group, standing at the very top of the stairs. The person was humming a song, gaily swinging a slender weapon with 3 blades jutting out from the end. Mikoto's eyes bugged wide and she whirled around to Gaara, who seized this opportunity with both hands and a creeping grin. The girl dragged her friend behind her, but that wasn't enough. It all happened in an instant. The shadowed person lunged down from the top of the stairs, cackling madly. A sand clone speared an arm into Hinata's back, exiting her chest and stomach in a burst of blood and viscera, and Mikoto tackled the real Gaara down the flight of stairs. Gaara landed at the bottom of the stairs with a jarring crack, rolling with the momentum and kicking Mikoto off him, unhooking the nails she had in his face and neck, and propelling her a short distance away. The boy rose with a deranged grin, swaying on his feet. Sand trickled off his face from the thin lines cracked in his ultimate sand defense. He slouched forward and stared at the girl across from him, leaning forward in a low, crouching stance, her long nails digging into the ground. Her whisker marks were deeper and thicker, her nose was somewhat elongated and her canines were sharpened into fangs. Her iris were elongated and red, with the whites of her eyes now black and manic. Her white hood had been blown off from the fall, and her straight red hair, tied into a loose ponytail, swayed erratically at her back. A sheen of red chakra vibrated off her skin, covering her like a shell. A slight fog of heat and energy ebbed off the girl, visible even in the red lighting. The girl exhaled smoke from her bared teeth. Do you want to fight me now? Gaara asked with a large grin, opening his arms. The sand gored at his back roiled and a wall of sand shot up at his back, separating them from those in their group that was barreling toward them, blocking them off completely. Gaara snarled. "You're dead." Kurama hummed, sitting back on its haunches and sang in a cool, rumbling tone. "As much as I want you to squash that diseased rodent, you need to show restraint." It peered out of its cage, seeing through its Jinchuriki's senses. "I doubt this place was built to withstand a battle between two inexperienced Jinchuriki." Mikoto wasn't listening, drawing in more and more of its power with each ragged pant. "Or would you like any more people to die?" "Hinata's not dead," Mikoto echoed in her mind, her blistering words as doubtful as the Kyuubi was certain of her friend's demise. She collected a tail's worth of chakra from Kyuubi, and an ethereal tail coiled out from her tailbone, swaying hypnotically in the non-existent wind. The ground cracked under the magnitude of her chakra, scorching at the volcanic heat. Kurama rolled its eyes. "Either you're in denial or you didn't see what I saw." It spoke with a recognizably pleased lilt in its deep voice, smirking ever so fractionally as its Jinchuriki fell further and further into the pits of despair. "Frankly, the latter is impossible, because I see what you see. I sense what you sense." It spat, mockingly articulating its next words, as if Mikoto was a child. "And what I sense is that your weak little Hyuga pet is dead," she said out loud, pushing hard against Kyuubi's disdain. "I just need to get this psycho away from her. Take him down a couple pegs." "Is the pot calling the kettle black?" Gaara asked, his tone regressively darkening as he covered himself with beast chakra, surrounding his body with sand. His frenzied yellow eyes sparked, receding into his skull, and his enlarged lower jaw gnashed, outraged. "Psychopath!" His lean frame swelled up and his legs became shorter as his stomach filled. His arms lengthened so much so that his knuckles dragged on the floor, and his fingers became longer, sharper. The sand covered his shoes and artful black drawings were etched over his entire body, leaking red beast chakra. He hunched forward as seals rigorously etched on his sandy body. Storage seals, Mikoto realized, watching as more sand rapidly poured out from the seals, adding to Gaara's frame. The sand wall at his back hardened. Hard thumps and explosions slammed into the impenetrable wall. Gaara's stance was loose, different from Mikoto's wary crouch. His legs were apart, and his knees were bent, with his left foot marginally at the front. His back slouched low and his hands opened, splayed on the ground and keeping him stable. A shell of red chakra bubbled from the markings on his body, and a thick tail materialized from his tailbone, long and prehensile like Mikoto's. Kyuubi stroked its chin. "Seems I'm not the only one teaching my Jinchuriki." The deep snarl rising from his chest rankled Mikoto's senses, driving her further and further over the edge. "But that mangy raccoon will never be superior to me. The same goes for his lessons and his Jinchuriki." He sat down on his belly with a huff, relaxing as Mikoto drew more of its chakra, struggling to maintain a balance between hers and the beast. Kyuubi remarked with finality, "This is not how I perish, Mikoto." The swell of chakra and emotion reached its climax, and the two Jinchuriki collided. Zetsu didn't anticipate this. It winced as Gaara's clubbing blow connected with Mikoto's cheek, and the girl's left hook slammed into the side of the boy's head, denting the ground and releasing shockwaves. The girl shook off the ringing she was undoubtedly feeling and swung an uppercut into Gaara's engorged chin. The boy's sand guard cracked deeper, splintering from a right hook crossing the other side of Gaara's face. The boy spun his massive body with the heavy blow and whacked his elbow into Mikoto's forearm guard, losing a chunk of his arm when the girl punched her fist clean through the elbow. Her hand stuck inside the sand and Gaara's bellowed, his roar a mix of agony and triumph, collapsing backwards into Mikoto and dragging her into a tidal wave of sand, swallowing her whole. Coffin of crushing sand! More and more sand rushed down the train station, stopping half a mile wide yet filling the general area Gaara and Mikoto were in, like a tap pouring water into a glass cup. It twisted and coiled, rising and falling in undulating waves, a close imitation of the sea. Yugura planned to rattle the fourth Hokage in anticipation of the 5 Kage summit by releasing the immortal Jashinist, Haiden. proved to the Namikaze that if he so wanted, wherever he hid and however fast he ran, Yagura Karatachi could and would get him. Whether or not Haiden stood a chance against the fourth Hokage wasn't up for debate. Zetsu could already hear the Konoha/Suna delegation battering against the sand barrier, blocking them off from reaching Gaara and Mikoto. One of Mikoto's hands reached up through the sea of sand, grazing the ceiling, and her face pushed out of the lapping waves of sand. She panted twice, breathing rapidly until she inhaled a large breath of air, filling her lungs before she was forced back under. Gaara's disembodied voice screamed, everywhere and nowhere, spread across the length and breadth of the sand-flooded train station. "I have you, Namikaze!" The Hokage Rasengan broke through Gaara's sand barrier, gushing sand over him and the rest of the battered delegation. Gaara was undeterred, even as he felt his father's iron sand push back against his sand, sparing the group from being drowned by pouring more and more of his influence into each grain of iron sand. Silver gradually overpowered brown. Bogged down under the sightless sand, Mikoto grabbed Gaara's throat and encircled her clawed hand around his neck. The boy choked, sinking his sharpened fingers into the girl's face and grinning hysterically. "Gaara!" Raza roared, his furious voice like lightning striking an icy lake. "Imploding sand funeral!" Zetsu just barely escaped as the world went up in blinding light. The next morning. Uchiha clan compound. Konoha. "Scratchy, have you seen my toothbrush? If you kept it at the sink, like I kept telling you, you won't be looking for it now," Itachi said with a slow blink, zipping up his Jounin vest and hiding his smirk when Izumi glared at him, shrugging. "I'm just saying." She perched her hands on her hips. "Have you seen it or not?" The boy ran a hand through his unruly hair, checking his reflection in the mirror on the dresser. "Kitchen. Scratchy." Izumi raised her eyebrows. She leaned against the frame of their bedroom door and crossed her arms. "You seem tense." He glanced at her through the mirror, patting down the front of his flak jacket and checking the kunai pouch attached to his lower back for the 7th time that morning. "I'm not tense." A slow smile lifted Izumi's pale face and she strolled into the room, plopping down on their bed and crossing her right knee over her left. The simplicity of her white t-shirt and black boxers complemented her light skin tone. Her light-hearted smile became teasing and Itachi immediately rolled his eyes. "I'm not tense," he repeated. "Is it because you're going with Rin on the mission?" "Izumi." Itachi exhaled tiredly, falling back onto the bed and lying on his back. "Why are you like this?" The girl laughed, harmlessly shoving his shoulder as he lay next to her. She propped her arms behind her to keep her upright, casting a brief look over her shoulder to Itachi. "I'm just saying." She casually lifted her shoulders and winked, saying, "She's kinda hot, though." Itachi snorted and pursed his lips. He was still getting used to Izumi's little jokes, where she would say to try to hook him up with another girl, but not mean it. He knew for a fact that Izumi would sooner bite off her arms than be his wingman. He sat up and shifted near her, close enough for their thighs to be pressed against the other. He smiled and poked her gut, eliciting another teasing shove. "Now why would I go after someone else's girl?" Izumi batted her eyes. "Because this girl doesn't want to miss her TV shows." Itachi pursed his lips again, suppressing his scoffing laugh as the girl smoothed down her long, messy black hair, saying with a pout, "She could do the dishes while we watch TV." Itachi's eyes widened comically and he exclaimed in his low, tired tone, "That's genius, Izumi." He slapped his forehead and rolled his eyes. "I should have thought of that." The girl puffed her chest, proud, and said with a flutter of her eyelashes, "I keep telling you, Scratchy, let me do the thinking. Don't hurt your pretty head." She smiled as Itachi leaned in and kissed her, breathing out softly afterwards and pressing her brow against his. Her eyes were closed, collecting herself, speaking in a quiet voice. "Your lunch is downstairs." "You didn't have to," Itachi said with an inaudible breath. "I shouldn't even take that long. I was bored," she said with another heavy lift and drop of her shoulders, lingering another kiss on Itachi's lips before she pulled away, getting off the bed and tugging at the ends of her shirt. The boy saw the telltale signs that she was holding herself back. She noticed his persistent gaze glazed over, and her eyebrows steadily rose, her fingers curling at the end of her shirt. Is there still time? Itachi hopped off the bed with eyes glittering with amusement. He tugged her shirt off over her head and yanked her to him as she crowed with laughter, falling with him onto the bed. The pair groaned as the doorbell rang. She laid on top of him, her brow on his and smiling saucily to his small smirk. He joked, "I'll tuck it under my belt, it's fine." Izumi laughed breathily, her ears flushed pink and her breaths hotly washing over Itachi's face. She slapped his chest and slowly, suggestively slid off him, dragging her hands down his chest, smoothing them over his stomach and passing down each thigh before she rose from the bed. He glared at her, and she smirked, victorious. "You're evil." She fled as he threw a pillow at her, deftly dodging it and snagging her shirt off the floor at the same time. She flew out of the room in a blind tangle as she hastily threw on her shirt, cackling down the stairs when he appeared at the door of their bedroom using a body flicker jutsu, tracking her as she jumped down the last few steps and scrambling on her hands and feet away from Itachi's grasp as he blurred down the stairs, tucking into a nimble roll when he lunged at her again. She zigzagged to the front door and caught the door handle as he caught the back of her boxers, throwing the door open before he could push his hand into her boxers. "Yes!" She hastily screamed at the person on the other side of the door, and Itachi chuckled, keeping his hand on her behind. She sniffed, trying not to pant and acting as casually as possible. "Rin, hi, how's it going?" Her fizzling glare and the blush on her face didn't dissuade him, hiding his arm between them as he answered the door with a stoic, professional nod. "Rin, good morning." Rin looked at him, then at the flushing Izumi. Her hand went between the two, at the arm Itachi was hiding that was cupping Izumi's backside. "Morning," she said slowly, narrowing a look between the two. She jutted a thumb over her shoulder, looking from the heavily sweating, blushing girl to the sleepily expressionless boy. "I'll just give you guys." Izumi tittered into a shaky laugh, catching Rin by the wrist before she could give the two some privacy. "You're hilarious, Rin. Scratchies ready?" She let go of Rin and sauntered back, planting both hands into Itachi's back and shoving him out of the door. She chirped to the grousing boy, "Have a great day." "Yeah, you too," he sniffed, hiking his shoulders and scuffing his feet, joking a pout and sulking. "What about my lunch?" She snapped her fingers in recollection and jogged inside, returning with a bento tin wrapped in a white handkerchief. She handed it to him, saying as he sealed it into a scroll from one of his Jounin vest pockets, "If I'm not home by the time you're back, don't forget to tape our show. There's a super special holiday episode coming out this evening, and I think Lady Haruno might want me to stay overtime. I swear, that woman's a mess without me." "No problem." He leaned down and collected a chaste kiss on the cheek, smirking at the girl's secretive wink. "I might even come by your office, see how I can help out." "Cammy, I'd appreciate that." She patted his chest and stepped back to the door, waving him off. "Now get going." Yeah. He bobbed his head and began turning to Rin, who was amusedly watching their little conversation, certainly remembering a daily banter she had with her brother. He stopped and added, "Oh, and your shirt's back to front." She looked down, finding the shirt's tag hanging out from the back of the shirt at the front of her neck. She hummed again, shrugging. "So it is." Mikoto and Itachi mumbled their greetings to the Uchiha clan head, and the man grunted, crossing his arms at their tardiness. They were at the front of the clan head's house. "Traffic is terrible, uncle," Rin exhaled, feigning an ache in her neck and scrunching up her face as she rubbed at it. "Sorry we're late." Fugaku grunted. "Unless I'm mistaken, both of you still live in this compound." Mikoto, her brother and her younger sister lived in an apartment in the suburbs a short walk from the clan head's house, and Itachi, much to his mother's anxiety, had moved out earlier in the year with his girlfriend to a house at a cul-de-sac close to the Namikaze siblings' house. It was a whole ordeal. Fugaku, in support of his 17-year-old son moving out of the nest, had to pacify his wife with foot rubs and shared bubble baths. The man couldn't deny that it brought him and his wife much closer, as if they were on their first honeymoon. Sasuke spent most of his time outside of the house, so the emptying house was something the Uchiha parents were still struggling to get used to. Putting that aside, Fugaku rumbled. Since the Hokage is not in the village, he assigned me to administer special case missions, like investigating the strange Uchiha bonfire at the Valley of End. Special case missions didn't have a class, but at the same time couldn't have just anyone going on them because of how unpredictable they could be. They weren't very common, but the unpredictability of special case missions made them dangerous. Have you gone over the mission specifications? Yes, sir, the two chorused. With IWA trying their luck and pushing against our borders, and Kiri's attack on the prison transport last night, the village is hard-pressed to send more capable hands for this special case mission, Fugaku explained, frowning. He didn't mention how the investigation into the village elders had been transferred into his hands a few minutes after the attack on the prison transport. In terms of capability, I trust both of you can handle the mission. Yes, sir, they said in unison. Treat it as a rescue mission. Find the Uchiha behind the bonfire and bring them home no matter the cost. Hopefully alive. You are permitted to use your discretion if you face stiff opposition. Yes, sir. The two nodded. He dismissed them with a sideways jerk of his head, and they sprinted out of the village to the Valley of End. Meanwhile, Naruto blazed a swift path to IWA to meet the Tsuchikage's son. Chapter 16. Valley of the End. Rin landed on the lake at the bottom of the valley. The water rippled as Itachi joined her, carefully speeding on the surface to Madara's side of the monument, until Rin held her hand a fist up and Itachi stopped, skidding to a stop beside her and dropping low as she fell into a squat, picking up an orange mask and passing it to him. Itachi's Sharingan flicked on and he stared at the orange, one-eyed mask. Is it for sure Sway? Rin asked her friend, since the only person they knew that used a one-eyed mask was their spymaster friend in Kiri. Itachi wasn't privy to all of the details of Crow's Feet missions, just that he was critically injured 7 years ago, and the Hokage assigned Shursui to take his father's Crow's Feet mantle, continuing the spymaster role outside of Konoha. It can't be for him. Itachi's Sharingan spiraled steadily, sweeping his eyes on the mask and frowning. No. I'm not seeing any of his chakra on it. I'm not seeing any chakra at all. Flipping the mask over so that the inside faced up for them to see, the two squinted at the blood painted inside. Blood? The water had washed away most of the blood, but there were a few chunks of semi-solid blood stuck inside the grooves of the mask's interior. Smell it. He gave the mask to his present teammate, and the girl threw a baleful look at him, and he shrugged. Confirm whose blood it is. You're confusing me for my brother. And her sister, Mikoto, for that matter. She collected the mask, inserting it inside a transparent, airtight plastic bag, sealing that bag into a storage seal and sliding the seal into a pocket inside her jounin vest. When Naruto or Mikoto got a smell into their nose, blood or otherwise, they were like bloodhounds chasing down their target. Itachi blinked, rinsing his fingers inside the water running beneath him. Oh yeah? Both of them were 17 years old and had been ninjas since they were 8, and this was the first mission they were going on together by themselves, without Naruto, Izumi, or any other ninja accompanying them. Quite frankly, Itachi didn't hang out often with Rin. They spoke a few words at every family get-together or any clan festival since the Uchiha and Namikaze were two clans that branched off the same tree, but Itachi normally stuck beside his girlfriend, Izumi, or dragged Sasuke around to socialize with his family, or hung out with his friend, Naruto. He was Naruto's rival/friend after all. Itachi tried a smile, a wincing expression that made the lines of his tired face deepen, and Rin rolled her eyes and got back up, drying her hands in a handkerchief and walking past him. The boy palmed his face and suppressed a weary groan at not knowing how to properly respond to his distant cousin, several generations over. This was exactly why he was anxious about going on a mission with Rin. With Naruto, there would be some banter. Of course, Itachi wasn't the one to initiate the back and forth, but it helped lighten the atmosphere. There was no such banter going on when Itachi went on black operative missions or missions with most other ninjas in the village. People were normally nervous being around an Uchiha as it was. He didn't expect them to be actively talking to him unless it was incredibly necessary. He got up and rubbed his wet fingers on his pants, strolling to Rin as she waited at Madara's side of the valley. "Is the bonfire here?" Itachi's eyes looked at the foot of the disgraced Uchiha statue and nodded, saying, "There's a bonfire trail leading into the waterfall." He pointed at the noisy waterfall, bellowing between the two statues. "The bonfire ends there. It's a handprint. Isn't it weird that the water didn't wash off the blood on the mask, but it did wash off the blood on Madara's statue?" Rin questioned aloud, strolling onto the water and balancing on the surface, squinting up to the top of the loud waterfall and shading her eyes from the sun. Itachi observed her, trailing after her and going to the base of the waterfall, close enough for the spray of water to hit his face and have to speak louder over the din of the waterfall. "There wasn't a bonfire on the mask," he explained. "Uchiha bonfires use blood to fix themselves onto a surface, but the chakra evenly diffused through it is what keeps the bonfire alive." Rin nodded absent-mindedly and Itachi pursed his lips, facing away from her and tucking his hands into his pockets. "I probably shouldn't have explained that to you." "Why?" "Bonfires are an Uchiha secret. You're not an Uchiha. The first Namikaze was an Uchiha," she said, screwing her lips to the side and seeing the rock face behind the waterfall, where Itachi had said the bonfire was located. "Naruto is proof that my clan have recessive Uchiha genes." She shrugged, scuffing her heel on the water. "But that doesn't matter, really. I'm glad to be a Namikaze. Not being considered an Uchiha is perfectly fine by me." Itachi turned to her, his eyes dipping apologetically. "That's not what I meant." "What did you mean?" she asked, raising her eyebrows but not looking at him. Her fingers were laced at her back and her right heel idly skimmed the top of the water. "I meant," he said deliberately, and Rin glanced at him with slanted lips, neither smiling nor frowning at his delayed words. "Even though we're cousins, our clans are entirely different. My clan has its own thing, and yours too. Then how come Uncle Fugaku taught my brother how to make a bonfire? Since, given your words, Naruto isn't an Uchiha." Itachi mentally cursed at himself. "Because Naruto has the Sharingan. Does having a Sharingan make him an Uchiha? Well, not necessarily. He deactivated his Sharingan. What about those in your clan that haven't activated their Sharingan? Or those that can activate theirs, are they Uchiha?" She fired right away, a smile playing at the corners of her lips but managing to keep her expression straight as Itachi's pursed lips deepened. Itachi cursed again, flaring his nose as he exhaled, facing the roaring waterfall. Rin cracked a smile and lightly punched his arm. "I'm not being serious, Itachi. Calm down." He spied a quick look at her from the corner of his eyes, a small, trying smile on his pallid face. "You know," she continued, motioning back and forth between them. She gave him an uneven look, smiling, frowning and straight at the same time. "We don't have to be friends just because you're friends with my brother." Her hands laced behind her back and she rocked on her heels, smiling sunnily at her brother's best friend. "You don't have to be awkward around me." Itachi exhaled from his nose with a quiet laugh. "You're not an easy person to talk to, Rin." The girl smiled, her yellow hair and purple eyes sparkling with her bright expression as her eyebrows furrowed and she inquisitively tilted her head to the side. "Why's that? I'm not sure you know this, but you're a very intimidating person, at least to me." The smile on her face raced higher, along with her eyebrows. "Really?" "Yes. More intimidating than your brother, believe me." "Really?" she asked again, her hands on her hips and doubt in her eyes as chuckled. "I'm more intimidating than the Red Demon?" "Yes," he said again, trying to explain. "With Naruto, you know what to expect. He's the strong, silent type. Doesn't talk much and likes quiet company." Rin visibly conceded with a nod. Itachi gestured to her. "You're friends with everyone and you can get along with anyone. Naruto even says you're the personification of the sun." Rin's lips wiggled and a light dusting of red covered her cheeks at her brother's paraphrased words. "You're just being paranoid," she reassured him, flicking her left arm out to the waterfall and sending a blue kunai constructed from her chakra out of her palm. It flew through the waterfall and splintered against the rocky surface behind it. The sound it made was low, but the two were barely able to pick up the metallic noise the chakra kunai made on contact with the surface, before it dissolved. "I don't need to be a sensor to know that there's an illusion there." Itachi's Sharingan blinked on and he nodded in confirmation. "I don't see any seals on it. I can't say the same about what's behind the door." "You think it's a trap?" "I think we should be careful," Itachi replied. "Because an Uchiha made the bonfire doesn't mean we shouldn't be careful." She nodded, saying as she formed the ram hand seal, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." A doppelganger stepped out in front of her, barreling forward and, throwing caution to the wind, slammed its shoulder into the door on the other side of the waterfall. The door flew open easily and the clone fell inside. It hastily got off the floor and dusted itself off, bashful at being caught unaware. It jogged further inside, and Rin and Itachi lost sight of it. A moment later Rin blinked. "The door wasn't locked," she hummed. "No traps either. Just a narrow hallway leading to a wall with another handprint on it." "Did the clone see anyone in the hallway?" "It's difficult to say. The door on the other end had a tough locking seal on it." Without any more prompting, Rin took the lead and dove into the waterfall. Itachi leapt in after him, and the two sprinted down the hallway. True to what Rin had said, a 2-minute-long sprint down the slim path ended at a solid wall with a bloody handprint on it. This one was also a bonfire, crackling a dimmed shade of blue the more Itachi looked at it. Itachi leaned past Rin, humming as he checked the wall with his Sharingan. "Let me try something." Rin pressed herself to a wall and Itachi shimmied past her, doing his best to look elsewhere as their faces neared, until the boy was faced with the handprint. He bit his thumb and pressed the bleeding digit to the rock face, near the handprint. The rock wavered, resembling a desert mirage, and Itachi reached back for Rin's hand, pulling her inside. Stepping through the illusion, Rin vibrated and muttered a flash step jutsu, holding up her left hand and unfurling it. 6 palm-sized balls of light floated out of her hand, levitating over their heads and throwing shining light to every corner of the room. It was a large, open space. The floor was made from smooth rock and the walls were rougher, vaulted high and domed. The room could house the first 2 floors of the Hokage's tower. The glowing bubbles of light floated slowly around the room. Aside from the sheer scale of the room would have looked unassuming if not for the evergreen tree that was slouching over a casket, its branches coiled over and around the casket. Itachi let go of Rin's hand, and the two carefully approached the tree. The trunk of the tree was about as tall as the 2 jounin, bent forward over and looking to be lying on the casket, with a large cluster of branches and green leaves pouring over the casket. The leaves of the tree didn't litter the ground, and the roots were dug deep into the rocky ground. Rin stepped to the tree and guardedly, watching the heavy bushel of leaves for any sudden movements, she placed her fingers on the trunk of the tree, thrumming her chakra and concentrating. Meanwhile, Itachi went around her and swiped away some of the branches from the casket, his eyes widening as he saw the person lying down inside. "Rin Noera," he breathed, mystified. The girl's corpse was unblemished, dressed in a black funeral gown with her hands daintily set on her abdomen. There was a lively flush to her pallid skin, as if any moment her eyes would jump open. "But you're dead," Itachi muttered, his face scrunched up in amazement, marveling at how maintained Rin's body was, free from decomposition and even glowing healthily, if not for the ignorable cracks of her bottom lip. His eyes confirmed that Rin was indeed dead, seeing without a shadow of a doubt that her chakra network was inactive and her reserves were vacant, and there was a gaping hole over the inactive section of her chakra network, on her heart, where Kakashi's Chidori reportedly impaled. "You're supposed to be dead," the boy repeated. "But you look so alive!" "Itachi?" Rin called and the boy grunted, tearing his eyes off the miraculous sight. Rin Nohara's namesake still had her eyes closed, but a twisted frown marred her expression. "Someone's inside this tree." "What?" the boy asked, bewildered. Rin, keeping her fingertips on the tree trunk and facing Itachi with her confused expression, said, "There is a living, breathing human being inside this tree." Her eyebrows knitted. "And I kid you not, they're using nature chakra to stay alive." The only person in known history that could sustain their life with nature chakra was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The girl removed her fingers and held up her hands, admitting with a breathy voice, "I'm just as amazed as you. If you're amazed by that." Itachi's train of thought was broken by a tapping sound beneath them. The two looked down at the casket, and Rin Noa blinked up at them, confused. Hidden chill. Her mind swam, sloshing murkily in her head. She wrinkled her brow and groaned, closing her hands into a loose fist and tugging up, huffing tiredly when she felt her wrists restrained to the bed, the same with her ankles. She didn't know whether the voices she was hearing were in her head or from outside. "Kyubi," she called, gritting her teeth as a sharp wave of pain flashed across her chest. She collapsed deeper into the bed and groaned again, wheezing through gnashed teeth. "Kyubi, you there?" She didn't get any response. "Truly remarkable, don't you think, Lord Minato?" a voice chattered. Mikoto's eyelid fluttered and, beneath her eyelids, her eyes slid left and right, settling on left to where she thought the voice had come from. The voice rattled excitedly. "Total cellular regeneration, and complete restoration of limbs and organs. I had heard rumors about the regenerative capabilities of Jinchuriki, but I always had my doubts. For all the years I've known Kushina, we didn't go on many high-rank missions for me to confirm her regenerative abilities. This Kyubi holder." The voice stopped itself at a displeased grunt from another person, laughing nervously. "I mean, Mikoto is a specimen of her own. It doesn't make the situation better." Another voice, Mikoto's father, grumbled, and a weight settled onto a wooden chair close to Mikoto's right, sitting down on the chair with an aching grunt. "If Raza hadn't been proactive, the damage to your village would have been much worse." "I don't see what you're worrying about, Lord Minato," the first voice said lightly. "My village has reserved cash in case something like this ever happens, and Lord Raza already agreed to support rebuilding the station. You and Lord Raza do not need to worry about who's to blame for what. That's the thing," Mikoto's father said in a strong voice. "Asuna Shinobi attacked one of my people, and now she's in critical condition." A silent weight pressed down on the room, and Mikoto's closed eyes swirled to the right. Her father slumped into his seat. "Critical condition is putting it lightly. That poor girl might never wake up again, all because of a petty argument between children." "I in Mikoto's defense," the first voice stuttered hesitantly, breaking her father's spiraling train of thought. "Everyone is coming to your daughter's defense, even the Kazekage's older children." Her feet shuffled nearer to her father and sat down, speaking lowly. "Mikoto did not initiate this." Mikoto's father didn't reply, and her face scrunched up at what she had heard. Gaara's clawed fingers raced into Hinata's back, exiting with a burst of blood and viscera. She jerked her hands up, but the restraints kept her firmly lying down. "Dad!" she cried in a dry tone, her voice cracking and her eyelid lifted halfway. She saw the tormented look on her father's face as he looked back at her. "Dad, I need to see Hinata." Minato swallowed and his lips pressed together into a tight line. The chill leader moved. Her hands formerly clenching the Hokage's right wrist were now smoothing down the knees of her black tights. Mikoto could hear a jumble of other voices waiting outside of the hospital tent, scuffing the floor and pacing back and forth, or standing and fidgeting. "Dad, please. Rest first," her father insisted, rising to his feet and placing a gentle hand on her brow. He smiled. One of his soft, kind smiles that lit up his expression, and Mikoto sagged deeper into the hospital bed with a sigh. Falling back to a fitful sleep, her father's echoed words followed her into her dreams. "I'm proud of you, kid." Raza stood over his children with his arms crossed. His turban-covered head was coolly expressionless, but his dark eyes stormed madly. Kneeling at his front, Temari and Kankuro, stripped of all of their weapons and hanging their heads under their father's intense stare, kept their mouths shut. Behind them was Gaara. He was curled up in a ball inside a 6-foot-tall, 3-foot-wide reinforced glass cylinder, reinforced with fuinjutsu, absorption seals to drain the boy of any usable chakra and storage seals to seal away any errant grain of sand that came off the boy, and that wasn't even taking into account the level 8 barrier seals spotting the glass of the transparent cage. 2 minutes of turgid silence passed and Kankuro gulped heavily, opening his mouth. "Did you know your brother would do this?" his father asked first. He spoke with dark finality, daring them to lie to him. "Speak. WWL." Kankuro mumbled shakily, wringing his hands and throwing a hesitant glance at his sister, who was blankly staring at the ground. Her shoulders were slumped and her head hung low, similar to a prisoner awaiting execution. Their situation didn't seem far from that scenario. "Not this. We thought Gaara was just going to rough the Namikaze girl up a bit." The more he spoke, the angrier Raza's stare bore down on them, exuding killer intent and flooding the entirety of the medical tent. Outside of the tent and safe from the brunt of the Kazekage's fury, the Suna shinobi stood guard, watching across them a long distance away at the Konoha ninjas clustered at the front of 2 other tents, Hinata and Mikoto's. The Hyuga boys stonily watched them. They couldn't meet his glower. "Do you understand the scale of trouble the 3 of you are in? The disgrace you have brought our village? That our alliance with Konoha is now potentially at risk?" Raza swore thunderously. Temari and Kankuro's shoulders hiked up. "The girl, Hinata Hyuga, is the heiress of the Hyuga clan and her father is not a forgiving man. Not only would he demand justice for his child, but he would also demand repercussions against our village. But I doubt either of you thought of that first." He wasn't yelling, but his words were deafening. "There is no hope for her to wake up again, and if she does die, your brother would be tried for murdering an ally, and both of you will be considered accomplices." "Father," Temari said quietly, bringing her eyes up. "We didn't think he'd kill anyone. Is that supposed to be an excuse?" Temari gnawed on her tongue and looked back down. She didn't react when her father collected her forehead protector from her temple, but Kankuro wilted back on his knees, quiet tears trickling from his eyes. "The best I can do is fight for either of you to get the death penalty. Serve your punishments in Suna as civilians for the rest of your lives without so much as touching another weapon. But as for your brother..." He walked past the 2 older Sand siblings and stood with his hands at his back in front of the glass cylinder housing the Kazekage's son. The seized highlight dangled from his clenched right fist. His shadowed eyes narrowed, and his mouth, under his turban, frowned with a simmering growl. "After this stunt, I'm not sure your life is worth jeopardizing Suna-Konoha relations. Decades of diplomacy and cooperation down the drain because of you." He leaned to the cylinder, and Gaara flinched in his fetal position. "Even I am uncertain if you will walk away from your punishment alive." He leaned back and threw a baleful look over his shoulder, acknowledging Baki as he fell onto his right knee. "What is it?" the Kazekage asked, drawing his killer intent back into himself. "Lord Kazekage," Baki greeted, relieved at not being assaulted by killer intent. "Plans are being made by the Konoha delegation to take Lady Hinata to Konoha." Raza closed his eyes grim. "Kakashi informed me that Lord Hokage has called for a tribunal ahead of the Kage summit." Tribunals were military court hearings. It was a universal concept in their world, whether concerning ninjas or samurai. Internal tribunals were usually headed by the leader of the hidden village in the presence of the council, if any, judging the accused and solely rendering their judgment with the advice of the spectating council. Allied tribunals were a recent concept from after the Third Great War, given how more and more nations and villages of the continent reached out to each other for alliances and interrelating. For the sake of being impartial and in hopes of sustaining the alliance after judgment had been rendered, allied tribunals were overseen by a neutral party that was allied to both parties, so that the judging party would also have something significant to lose if the alliance between the arguing parties fell apart. With alliances, there was always heads butting or disagreement that could escalate to outright battles, so only the parties immediately affected would attend and the trial wouldn't be televised. Any record of the judgment would be duplicated for both parties to possess, and the judging party would ceremonially burn their copy. In Konoha and Suna's case, Any major argument they had was presented to the leader of Hidden Waterfall. From what I was able to glean off Kakashi, Lord Hokage won't bar Lord Hyuga from attending the tribunal, Baki said scratchily, doing his best not to look at his genin team. Take Toki and go to the Konoha delegation. Raza faced his cowering youngest child, curled into a tight ball inside the cylinder. Tell the Hokage I would like us to speak. Yes, Lord Kazekage, sir. And Baki left the tent with a bow. Minato met Raza on the road between their tents, guarded behind at a distance by their respective shinobi. The Kazekage exhaled, shaking his head at the steely stare leveled at him from his longtime friend. Minato. Before you begin. Minato shot a look over his shoulder, and Kurenai narrowed her eyes, mutely gnashing her teeth and standing strong at ease before Hinata's hospital tent. Asuma set a gentle hand on her shoulder, and the woman snapped her head to her. Her red-ringed eyes tore up anew and her fiancé eased her away, pulling the others with him away to give the Hokage privacy. Kakashi lingered, throwing a cautious eye to the Kazekage's side of the road, before he subtly nodded to his former teacher, Minato, and wandered off with his hands in his pockets. The Suna Jounin bowed to their Kage and marched off in the opposite direction the Konoha Jounin had gone. Brother! Minato addressed the Kazekage familiarly, placing both hands on the Kazekage's shoulders while the Sand Leader set his hands on the Hokage's shoulders as well. I know you weren't involved in this mess. I would never endanger our alliance with such foolishness. Raza spoke strongly, the hard gaze he returned to the Hokage cracking ever so slightly. But I understand the position you are in. I'm afraid our alliance will never be the same. Our villages can both still grow from this ordeal, brother. Minato faintly smiled, squeezing Raza's shoulders a little. And here I thought I was the hopeful one. Both of them knew what was going to happen if the tribunal didn't proffer a suitable resolution to the ordeal. The Hyuga would demand blood, Raza would refuse. For the sake of his dead wife, Raza would refuse to kill his youngest son. The Hyuga would single-handedly splinter the Konoha-Suna alliance by withdrawing their shinobi and resource support from Suna. Even if the other clans of the Leaf increased their support to offset this, it would lead to a massive Hyuga revolt. During the third Hokage's time, an imminent Uchiha revolt that had been stewing and festering since the time of the second Hokage had been successfully abetted when Minato was named the successor, pacifying the Uchiha that a capable and accomplished distant relative of the clan was in the seat of power. Minato was still very well a dictator, and he could order the Hyuga clan to stand down, but that would only push the Hyuga further away from the village and give them space to stew on their hatred. Hinata might not have been seen in such a good light by her father, that much Minato was well aware of, but she was still beloved in her clan. Hiashi Hyuga would fight for clan pride and his clan would bay for blood. Losing Hisashi Hyuga, Hayashi's twin, Takuma without reconciliation nearly resulted in Konoha splintering if not for the tactful concessions Minato made to appease the clan. Minato wasn't sure he could keep the Hyuga clan calm for this one. I want us to settle this outside of the tribunal. Quickly, Raza said in a strong voice, nodding to his counterpart. Let us go into the Kage summit on the same page and face Yugura unified. If Kumo, Iwa and Kiri see the cracks between us, they will most certainly capitalize on it. What do you have in mind? Raza faltered, shutting his eyes and tilting his head down. Minato gave him a moment. Temari and Kankuro are no longer Suna shinobi. They will no longer be allowed to bear weapons or go anywhere near a training ground. Minato nodded, stoic. For their safety, they won't be allowed to travel to Konoha, at least not for a long while. Raza agreed, nodding once. What about Gaara? I cannot allow them to kill my son, and I cannot depower my village by providing them with the one tail. This one was more painful for the Kazekage to say. Minato gave him another moment. Then the Kazekage's shoulders became stronger, and his dark stare clashed against Minato's cool eyes. After this matter with Yugura has been put to rest, and the safety of our villages is assured, the Hyuga can have my head. Chapter 17. Mission Specifications. Name of the client. The identity of the client is unclear. Konoha's intelligence department suspects the client to be Kitsuchi of Iwagakure, henceforth on mission referred to as client till confirmed otherwise. Purpose of the mission: the client has called for a meeting with Konoha's Red Demon on a matter they could not disclose in a letter. The client claims to have information on Konoha's traitor. The client wishes to meet with Konoha's Red Demon Hidden Rock Village, at the Kamizura clan settlement. Refer to page 25 of your world map. Client's last known location, unknown. Konoha's intelligence department has been able to isolate Kamizura village as the meeting point. Current state of the client, unknown. Manner of approach: shinobi on duty is to assume this meeting is a trap. Proceed with extreme caution. As there are only a handful of Kamizura clan members remaining, and the village itself is populated by Kiri refugees, the chances of stiff resistance are slim unless the Tsuchikage is involved in this mission request. Shinobi on duty is to take into consideration the terrain and adapt accordingly. If confirmed otherwise, locate the client and collect the necessary information from them. Remain level-headed and not confrontational. IWA people are known to be antagonistic to Konoha, so expect insults and condescension. Warning: beware of Kamizura clan members. Any unavoidable engagement should be non-lethal. Mission Priority A. Mission Class A. Shinobi on duty, Naruto Namikaze Jounin. Naruto rolled up the scroll and tucked it into the folds of his dark cloak, looking down from the mountain he had scaled over to the village hidden by rocks. The restless wind of the high altitude billowed his cloak, and the boy leaned back to the rock face and merged his presence with the mountain. He would have called IWA ninjas careless for not properly guarding the mountain pass, but it was understandable why no sane person would assume an attack from Konoha through the mountain ranges. Naruto was only able to stay conscious because the thin atmosphere of the mountaintop was vaguely similar to the thin air when he ran at the speed of sound. Namikaze's lungs could breathe at any altitude as long as there was some oxygen. The bulk of Iwa's border protection was at the base of the mountains, through which there were mountain passes for normal people to pass through. As much as IWA antagonized Hidden Leaf, they did not bar Fire Country merchants from bringing business to their village. Naruto's eyes flashed red and he sniffed, dressing his cloak to cover his lower face. Steadily, and not using his chakra, the boy ambled down the breathless mountain, treading the slim path and leaping from rock to rock, descending to the ground and speeding away from the unsuspecting border patrol into IWA. In terms of landmass and population, Hidden Rock strongly rivaled Hidden Leaf, but that was where the similarities stopped. While Konoha was a thriving economy surrounded by forests, IWA had a struggling economy that was laid out over a massive stretch of rocky, uneven ground. Naruto liked to think of himself as a realist. He knew that there were still people in Konoha that struggled to get their next meal, people that lived on the streets, people that did demeaning things to earn a living, people that did criminal things either to survive or for their enjoyment. There were also children that couldn't go to school for one thing or the other, or retired shinobi that found it difficult to get financial support. There were drug raids in Konoha's red light district every other week, and the police caught and arrested sex traffickers for what seemed like every week. Despite the fourth Hokage's efforts and dictated laws, the system he inherited from his predecessors was flawed at its foundations. IWA was not in the same economic bracket as Konoha. Any person in IWA that was reasonably wealthy lived at the heart of Hidden Rock, and those that couldn't afford the affluence of the village settled in the surrounding areas, wallowing below poverty. The road was rocky and dusty, and the air was dry. The houses were small and scattered, made from stacked rocks and cement, so they resembled curved cones with gaping mouths covered by wooden doors, and 2 or 3 windows per home on each side of the building. Some houses were bigger than the rest, but Naruto doubted that there were any story buildings in the area. 8 school-aged children were kicking a deflated football down the road, roughly sticking out their feet to the one dribbling the ball, stampeding back and forth between the impromptu goalposts, 2 school bags on each side of the road. Naruto didn't see many adults, but a flash of his Sharingan confirmed that there were chakra signatures inside the houses. Looking further, he saw a hazy cloud of chakra inside 4 houses. Bees, Naruto surmised as his ears twitched to the muffled drone of buzzing insects. Inside the humming storm, inside the rock house, were about 7 people, lying prone on the ground and unmoving. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering in his mind, are they dead? Aside from the panting laughter of the kids and the distant drone of the bees, the Kamizura clan settlement was desolate. The boy checked his henge again, doing so without ruffling his cloak and making sure that his chakra core was suppressed. Aside from his cloak covering all of his body, the upper part of his face and hair were visible. Naruto's lips tightened as he reached a frail old man in threadbare clothes, sitting at the side of the road and lifting his hands as Naruto passed him. The boy stopped before the man, lowering till he was at eye level with the man. The dry wind ruffled his cloak, tousling his brown hair as the boy slid his right hand out of the folds of his clothes and dropped a 10-ryu note into the man's raised hands. "Thank you, sir," the man whispered, clutching the note in his skeletal fingers. His protruding eyes glazed over, and he bowed again. "Thank you?" Naruto's eyes flashed red and the old man froze, his large iris trembling and shifting to mirror the boy's Sharingan. The boy tilted his head to the side, making sure that the children weren't aware of him, and that no eyes were facing his way. "Has anyone from the uptown been around recently? Yes or no?" Naruto questioned the old man, referring to the affluent center of Hidden Rock. Uptown was one of the many, politer, names people from the so-called downtown called those wealthier households. Naruto's hands moved to grasp the man's, bowing his head as if in prayer, very much resembling a fire monk praying for the soul of the old man. The Sharingan in the old man's eyes spun as Naruto put him deeper and deeper under the hypnosis. The old man licked his thin lips and mumbled in a short monotone. "No. Are you sure? Think hard." "I'm sure," the old man muttered, his slumped shoulders falling. "Kamizuru is the place people come to die." Naruto glanced at the children, carelessly playing their game. "They've been here every day from uptown." The man filled in Naruto's unvoiced question, following his line of sight to the children. Getting a better look, the children were dressed in formal, now dirted, school clothes: white button-up short-sleeved shirts, red and brown pleat shorts or skirts, white socks and black polished buckled shoes. Aside from the dust on their faces, hair, hands, and knees, they didn't look like children from Kamizuru, as crass as that sounded. The old man cracked a toothy smile. "Teachers at uptown must be shit for them to not come looking for them kids." "For how long?" "This past week." "Thanks for your help," Naruto said, dropping another 10-ryu into the man's waiting hands, canceling his hypnosis. The old man blinked confusedly, knitting his beaten brow together, as the cloaked boy walked off further into Kamizuru. He stopped short when the deflated ball the children were playing with rolled to his feet. His eyes blinked red, then returned to purple, lingering at the ball with a narrowed stare. "Oi, mister!" Naruto looked up, raising an eyebrow at the children. They waited expectantly. "Kick it back," one of the girls said, flagging with both hands. Their brows creased with impatience as Naruto tapped his foot on the wilting ball, looking from it to them, then back to it, his eyes flickering once again red and purple for less than a second. They weren't an illusion, but this was a trick. He grunted. He pulled his left foot back a little and tapped the ball back to them, lifting it off the ground and onto the awaiting foot of the girl that had spoken. The children returned to their game, except for a boy, a goalkeeper guarding the post. His inquisitive look flipped from the game to Naruto, catching the ball with his chest and passing it to a teammate waving for his attention on the right side of the makeshift field. Naruto's looked without looking, trying to figure out his next move. The mission said to meet the client in Kamizura for information on Konoha's trader, without detailing who to look out for or where to go once he reached the dying settlement. Even standing in plain view, as suspicious as his cloak was, didn't look to be bringing his client out of wherever they were hiding. Likely, the boy thought the stranger was staring at him. "Hey, mister!" Naruto blinked, focusing on the boy. He didn't reply, pulling the section of his cloak covering his mouth down so that his whole face was visible, and raising an eyebrow. "You want to play?" Some of the children stopped playing, turning to the stranger in the strange clothes. Naruto shook his head. "No." He glanced elsewhere, to a house when he noticed a shadow dipping back behind it. "You should go back to class." It's not safe here. Another boy spoke up, perching his hands on his hips and scoffing. Says the creep staring at us. Kenzo! A girl hissed, and the boy rolled his eyes. Shut up! But Naruto was only half paying attention to them, following a shadow as it crept out from the back of a building and skipping behind another, dashing down the road till it was across from him on the other side of the road. Naruto wasn't a natural sensor, he relied mostly on his eyes, ears and nose to perceive when something was amiss, or when he was being baited into a trap, and the mission specs emphasized that the IWA mission was more likely than not a trap. When he flashed his Sharingan again, he saw that the shadow had a human chakra network. Earth, fire, and water chakra natures, he confirmed with his eyes, maintaining a red stare on the person hiding behind the rock building. As quickly as he was able to pick out the person's chakra nature, he also knew that the shadow was an Earth clone. He strode onto the road and the boy that had confronted him fearfully scampered away, looking at Naruto with a confused look as he passed by him and stood in front of the house on the other side of the street. The children behind him shifted away, unnerved by his behavior. Naruto closed his eyes and exhaled wearily, feeling the tip of a sword poke into his lower back. Gotcha! He slowly turned his head and looked over his shoulder. No sudden moves, Konoha freak! Her voice was low and calm, having a slight tremor in her tone, and getting her breathing back under control. Breathe and I'll kill you! Dare me! It was an IWA girl wearing the village's hide around her temple, with short black hair that framed her face and large pink eyes, emphasized further by the sharp corners of her eyes. She was wearing a red shirt with the right arm being sleeveless, and the left arm being long-sleeved, shorts with fishnet tights that ran into black shinobi sandals, and a lapel on the right side of her hip. She was also wearing a chunin vest, lowered into a forward stance with her katana prodding into Naruto's back. Take that henge down, she ordered through grit teeth, a bead of sweat rolling down the side of her face. She was smart enough to not look at his chin, instead of his eyes, but blanketing her with a genjutsu wasn't Naruto's intention, even as he didn't necessarily need eye contact with a victim to cast an illusion. At his delay in obeying her command, the girl pressed her sword deeper into Naruto's back, breaking the skin and warning him. Do it now! The children gawked, wholly focused on the IWA Chunin holding the stranger hostage. Instead of following the command, Naruto imperceptibly twitched his fingers and looked forward. He spoke clearly, neither loud nor quiet, nor with any fearful shudder in his tone, as the girl would have expected him to have. Oldest trick in the book, making a clone sneak around as a diversion while you come up behind me. He inhaled steadily, unmindful of the sword stabbing into his back, exhaling coolly. I'm offended you'd think I'd fall for that. Don't try anything. The girl froze and Naruto hummed. An Earth clone, Naruto's, stood behind the girl, holding a tanto across her throat with one hand, standing upright with an impassive expression on his face. You almost had me, IWA ninja, Naruto remarked, not moving as the girl stiffened, the sword poked into his back remaining in place. Naruto's Earth clone blinked, touching the blade of Naruto's tanto firmer into the girl's neck, and a slim line of blood dribbled down. I'm more impressed by how you convinced these kids to try and let my guard down. How long have you been preparing for this ambush? 1 week? The girl ground her teeth, steeling her resolve and not so much as shifting a single muscle. The real Naruto frowned, keeping his hands at his sides and throwing a dark glare at the children. Scram! The children fled, a panicked flutter of limbs and tumbling bodies barreling away from them. The clone grabbed her shoulder and the girl released hold of the sword, letting it clatter to the ground. Your turn, the clone intoned, looming over the girl. Talk. I needed to make sure you're Konoha's red demon, she said tightly, visibly fighting the shudder in her voice. A bit risky, don't you think? The real Naruto said, turning around, ignoring the dull throb of the shallow stab wound in his back. He looked down at the girl, and she defiantly met his gaze. He was half tempted to activate his Dijitsu, forcefully wring all the information out of her. Putting those kids in danger, doing this whole operation on your own, choosing an isolated location. With each hammered point, The girl's face twisted and her eyes flicked down to her feet, snapping her pink gaze back up to Naruto's purple stare. Did you honestly think any Konoha ninja worth their salt won't anticipate a mission request from IWA to be a trap? The girl didn't answer, sniffing hotly and clenching her fists. He saw a rebuttable sizzle in her tough glare, likely about how Konoha was so desperate to capture an apparent traitor in their ranks that they would risk sending one of their best ninjas out to collect the supposed intel. Her lips sealed and Naruto's spiraling Sharingan twisted slowly, still not putting her under a genjutsu. The Sharingan alone was intimidating to those that saw it. Tell me, what was your plan? She reluctantly admitted as the clone hardened his grip on her shoulder, reminding her of the blade on her throat. IWA holds the Red Demon hostage, then your Hokage won't declare war on Kiri, pulling IWA into the fight. Why are you alone? Naruto pressed, dodging her misguided assumption that his father would throw the continent into disarray by pronouncing war on Kiri. I thought IWA had shinobi to spare. Gramps didn't think this would work, and I'm not going to risk my dad's or brother's life, so I had to do this behind their back. This was a waste of my time. The Red Demon grunted, rubbing his temple and holding his other hand out to his clone. He deactivated his Digitsu. The Earth clone dropped his Tanto onto his hand and the boy neatly sheathed the blade at the holster slung at his lower back, beneath the ruffles of his cloak. The clone crumpled into clumps of earth. His expressionless stare stormed and the IWA girl tipped her chin up against it, flaring her nose as she exhaled. The boy narrowed a glare at the defiant Chunin. You're lucky I'm not in a killing mood, IWA ninja. There were 101 things he could be whiling his time away doing, prominent of which was hanging out with his sister. Because the small circle of people looking into Konoha's mole situation needed the aid, they jumped at the chance of an IWA informant, sending the Red Demon to collect the information, if any. Now, this whole mission was pointless. Naruto hated wasting his time. He slipped his foot under her sword, the middle of the blade, and lifted his leg, catching the sword in a reverse grip and holding the grip out to the girl. She collected it, snatching it out of his hand. Believe me when I say that if you try anything. He harmlessly poked her temple with his pointer and middle fingers, making her stumble back a step by how unexpected the action was. A wounded ego would be the least of your problems. Understood? The girl nodded once, a stubborn gesture that ended with her lifting a tough chin at him. Good. She was barely older than Mikoto, Naruto's younger sister. He mentally acknowledged. Mikoto's pride came from who her family are and the expectations mounted on her shoulders. It could be the same with the girl. He shrugged and turned around. He honestly couldn't care less about this IWA Chunin. About to take a step away, he faltered to a stop, spotting someone on the road back to Iwa's border. Two more people fell down a short distance behind Naruto and the girl. Naruto's shoulders slumped with a frustrated sigh, activating his Sharingan. Great! The drone of bees in the background increased, reaching a deafening crescendo all around them, and yet the actual flying insects were nowhere to be found. 4 more Kamizura perched themselves at the top of the surrounding houses on either side of the road, baring their teeth and heaving excitedly. The Kamizura before Naruto, some 10 or so yards away, was a hulking mass of flesh whose body resembled an inflated ball, wearing the identifiable red uniform and green jounin flak jacket of IWA ninjas. The same was for the 6 other Kamizura clan members. Naruto tugged his Tanto out with a swift swish and held the tip under the girl's chin, prompting the girl's hands to race up and surrender, and to also stand on her toes to keep the lethally sharp tip of Naruto's Tanto off her skin. That's close enough. Go ahead. The round Kamizuru rumbled deeply, a laughing smile ticking his lips. Kill the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, let's see how well that ends. The man's stomach bubbled and he familiarly patted it, saying, Either way, we'll be sending you to Konoha piece by piece, Red Demon. Konoha filth don't even deserve a mutt's burial. The boy pursed his lips and threw an ironic look over his shoulder, to the alarmed girl. Looks like your backup couldn't care less about you either. The girl gnawed on her bottom lip, mumbling a swear. Damn it, uncle! Naruto lowered the blade to her throat, making the girl properly settle back down on her feet and drop her hands, hanging them at her sides. He asked, keeping the blade in view at his side, not taking any particular fighting stance as the Kamizuru behind and around him settled into taijutsu positions. That big guy said you're that Tsuchiki's grandkid. What's your name? He expected her to be affronted that he didn't know who she was, but her disappointment wavered her resolve, muttering, Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi. Naruto repeated, rolling the name on his tongue and committing her face and chakra network to memory. Do you still want to fight me? No. Then find cover or run back to Uptown and report me to your granddad. Whichever you want. Naruto knew that he wasn't in the right in this particular situation, and as shinobi of Konoha's enemy, the Kamizuru weren't exactly obligated to keep him alive after he had infiltrated their village and their clan settlement. He also knew that if the Kamizuru had alerted the Tsuchikage ahead of time, IWA ninjas were going to be falling from the sky like drops of rain in a tropical rainstorm. The boy had the chakra construction ability, a watered-down version of the Uzumaki chakra chain's clan ability, so he could manifest chakra wings as well as his sister, but flying out of IWA wasn't a sound option at this moment. Even now, he could see through the genjutsu covering a wall of bees, blocking his path of escape out of IWA. It explained where the deep buzzing noise was coming from, where there were no bees in sight. He spied a slight shift in the round ninja's footing, holding the base of his stomach with both hands and swallowing a large gulp of air. More and more, Naruto didn't think the Kamizuru were going to go out of their way to avoid harming the Tsuchikage's granddaughter as they aimed for him. Kuratsuchi cautioned her in a low voice, shuffling his feet apart and bending his knees. He whirled his tanto in his palm and closed his palm around the handle, gripping it in a reverse hold at his side, while his left hand came up in a half-rammed seal near his face. Last warning? The tension mounted and the buzz of the bees vibrated the rocks on the ground. Kuratsuchi pelted away from Naruto, and the boy stood in place, flickering his spiraling red eyes to his left and right, tracking each Kamizuru and marking their chakra networks in his mind. His mind thrummed with data. He exhaled calmly and his Sharingan wound to a sluggish crawl. Naruto blurred out of the way of a typhoon of bees, bellowing out of the round man's mouth and scraping up the rocky ground. A fog of thin red, misty afterimages puffed out of Naruto's body as he flickered this way and that, speeding with his head lowered and his arms flying behind him, zigzagging away from the coiling mass of insects that doggedly followed him. The large man's jovial eyes widened and his mouth, hanging open and streaming mad bees, curled up in a grin. Gradually, as more and more bees escaped his gut, his frame became slimmer and slimmer. He bound back as Naruto swiped at his chest with his sword, hissing with his teeth gnashed when the blazingly fast strikes sizzled a stroke diagonally across his jounin vest. He skipped back again, twisting his fingers into frantic hand seals. Thousand Bee Stings technique. Naruto skidded to a stop and jumped around, his cloak billowing around him. The summoned bees, chasing after him in a cloudy, serpentine mass, tumbled so that their stingers faced their target, releasing a deafening round of stingers at the boy. The stingers fired with jarring speed, and the other Kamizuru leapt into action. Naruto snapped his sword back into its sheath and flicked through 10 hand seals. Earth style, earth release wall, he thought with a slight frown. The boy exhaled a stream of mud from his mouth, which rose and solidified into a tall wall. The stingers bombarded the wall as Naruto tore his hands apart, sliding away from a bludgeoning blow to the head from the formerly round Kamizuru, skirting aside from a kick to his side. His Sharingan flickered and sparked, reading each twitch of the man's muscles and diverting a jab to his chin to his right, racing his right knee into the man's gut, driving the air out of the man's stomach. In one swift motion, Naruto unsheathed his tanto from his right hip, decapitating the man in that smooth movement, though the man burst into a flurry of bees, impaling Naruto with their stingers but only clattering noisily against the rock Naruto had substituted with half a second later. 5 yards from his former position, the boy whirled his blade in his hand, flicking it into his sheath and weaving more hand seals. His mud wall shattered as more bees slammed into it, twisting around and merging with the bee clone littered around Naruto's substituted rock, warping together and wailing to the boy. He sucked into a deep breath, puffing out his chest. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, the boy echoed in his mind. The fireball smashed into most of the incoming bees, roasting them to a crisp while some others flew around the sweltering flames. Naruto's eyes bugged wide when someone shot out of the ground. The boy pulled his head back from the knee, grating his teeth at almost getting clipped. Realizing too late, a shin slammed into his gut, and he was blasted off his feet. Naruto bounced on the ground, rolling and stumbling to a practiced crouch. He blinked his eyes rapidly and winced, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes narrowed, shooting up from his crouch and guarding his face against a knee, snapping around and batting away a kick to the head and sweeping the person off her feet, winding around with a back fist and smashing it across a Kamizuru man's face at his back. He lifted a foot, glaring at the Kamizuru submerged in the earth below him, and reached down, tearing her out of the earth by her hair and summarily smashing her face into the ground with a booming thud, knocking her senseless. Lifting the unconscious woman back up, he swung her and threw her into the arms of a Kamizuru, meandering his fingers into hand seals and flaring his chakra. The jutsu thrummed from his feet and raced up his body, calling it wordlessly, lightning style, bug zapper. He gnashed his teeth, lightning furiously crackling over his form, and pointed to the clear sky. He swiped his finger down and a vengeful bolt of lightning materialized from the heavens, electrocuting his two targets, smashing into them with an ear-splitting rumble. Quickly discarding his last victims from his mind, Naruto jumped away from a clobbering haymaker to his chest, stepping back and racing an elbow across the attacker's face, forcing his Sharingan to anticipate a kick to his shin, blocking by fixing his foot into the ground and leaning into the attack, shooting a left hook clean into the side of the man's temple. The boy switched his feet and snapped a kick into the man's hip, hopping onto his other foot and slamming a kick to the man's jaw. Springing around the dazed man and removing a kunai from his pouch, he whacked the base against the back of the man's neck, making him crumble into unconsciousness. Before he could hit the ground, Naruto kicked him in the way of a swarm of bees, scattering the insects. He counted 4 unconscious, stepping back with a slight scowl. He had severely depowered his last lightning jutsu, for the sake of not killing the IWA ninjas. He was tempted to roast them alive. 3 remaining, and one of them, the formerly round Kamizuru that housed the bulk of the bees swarming him, was rubbing his throat, barely escaped losing his head seconds ago. Suddenly, the bees raced down to him. Naruto couldn't read or copy the hand seals the leader of the group was threading together, and the bees contorted over Naruto in response, forming a dome around the boy in the blink of an eye, blotting out all light and outside sound. Naruto burned through a set of 3 hand signs. Snake, tiger, ram. Then the countless bees burst into large drops of sticky honey, pouring on and around Naruto and weighing him down to his knees as he called his jutsu. His voice was muffled through the breathless, sticky piles of honey. Ghost clone technique. There was a violent thrumming sound, matching the harsh drone of the bees hidden beneath the genjutsu blocking the route out of IWA. The kneeling form underneath the honey vibrated, wobbling left and right till it reached a tempo that didn't look like it was shaking anymore, rather staying still. It was vibrating at a molecular level. The honey steadily melted off the kneeling form, and Naruto stood up from his knee. His body's outline blurred and his skin became partially translucent, so much so that the others could vaguely see the rock houses through him. His Sharingan spiraled anti-clockwise. He floated a quarter of an inch off the honeyed floor. Then more Narutos swarmed out of the one partially hovering over the honey, dipping left and right in a cluster of pale and transparent redheads, dashing everywhere at once in heavy gusts of wind, multiplying as the original Naruto stood still on the honeyed ground. The Kamizurus shaded their eyes and fixed their feet to the floor with chakra as the force of the winds from the multiplying clones battered indiscriminately, fighting to raise their fists in a ready stance as a large crowd of the duplicating clones bore down on them. All too suddenly, the clones froze, standing around the 3 conscious Kamizuru. The beekeeping clan stood back to back, their eyes dancing around uncertainly as the ghostly apparitions surrounded them and wordlessly stared down at them, their Sharingan turning backwards, and their expressionless faces unmoving to the growing alarm of the ninjas. The haunting stillness of the assembly weighed dangerously on the Kamizuru clan members' determination. There were close to 100 ghost clones surrounding the Kamizuru, and they all dispersed into bursts of red mist, leaving the Kamizuru confused and alone. Naruto was gone, winded from exertion and speeding to Konoha, ready to chew someone out for wasting his time. Chapter 18. The Valley of the End. Take her out to get some fresh air, Tsunade told Rin and Itachi. All right. Rin nodded, turning to Rin with a broad smile and said in a chipper voice, I'll catch you up on everything that's happened after you. Itachi coughed into his fist and Rin stopped herself with a chuckle, sliding behind Rin's wheelchair and steadily wheeling her out. Never mind, never mind. Rin Nora giggled breathily, a hand on her chest and another daintily covering her mouth, doing her best not to dislodge the 4 needle-feeding nutrients into her body through the back of her left hand. Itachi kept up with Rin Namikaze's slow pace, carrying Rin Nohara's 4 drip and the stand. First off, Kakashi's really into porn now. Her voice receded as they passed through the tunnel and left the cave. Tsunade scoffed and rolled her eyes, facing the 2 others in the mysterious cave. Inoichi, writing some final notes into a note and coming before her from the casket, and Yamato Tenzo, fascinatedly studying the odd tree that had wrapped itself around the undead girl's casket. After they had managed to cut away the branches coiled around the casket and Rin free of the coffin, the branches returned and gripped the box in a strangely human embrace. The girl hadn't been able to walk, too weak from a decade of not using her legs, so Tsunade had set her up with a wheelchair and provided her with an 4 of nutrients to re-strengthen the girl's system. Tenzo stepped around the tree, feeling his hands on the bark and murmuring to himself. I've been a psychologist for the better part of 30 years, and I've never seen such a case, Inoichi admitted with a solemn stare to the Sannin. He crossed his arms, perching his chin between his index finger and thumb, saying, I would very much like to take her back to Konoha and question Rin more thoroughly. The man would have sounded excited at the prospect of studying such a strange case, if not for his dour expression. I truly feel sorry for that girl, losing 17 years of her life. Her mind is understandably unbalanced. Explain. Tsunade prodded him for further clarification before she could go into her part of Rin's examination. She is supposed to be in her 30s, but she's in the body of a 14-year-old with the memories and emotions of a 14-year-old. Inoichi elaborated, looking to the casket the girl had woken up from. Her mind recognizes the 11-year gap, but since she's been brain dead throughout, there hasn't been any progression for her mind. Her brain is trying, and failing, to account for the missing decade, but her mind is, to put it bluntly, structurally unsound because of this. Tsunade frowned. Another source of her imbalance is from her last memory, seeing Kakashi impale her heart, and dying soon after. Then she suddenly wakes without a heart. It's a jarring transition. He nodded, non-verbally asking for Tsunade's part of the report. Tsunade hummed, her temple creasing with her contemplation. Well, as you said, she's been dead for 11 years. The same goes for her heart. It hasn't pumped any blood till some weeks ago, and she didn't wake up till some hours ago. She fixed a contemplative stare on her counterpart, crossing her arms and tapping her fingers on her upper arms. Same goes for her chakra network, except that I distinctly remember Rin having fire and water chakra natures, but now her network is entirely made up of nature chakra. How odd! Inoichi wondered with a murmur. Human reserves couldn't process nature chakra without the person turning into stone, only under special circumstances, like if the person was rigorously trained in the sage arts by an animal summons, or they had a bloodline that connected them deeply with nature, like would release. The nature chakra running through Rin Nohara's chakra network and stored in her reserves was unprocessed nature chakra, the very kind that could damn a person to a fate worse than death if anyone else was to tamper with it. Tsunade pursed her lips. Although she isn't yet able to walk or eat solid food, her body is in remarkable condition. Now that she's alive and her body is just about woken up with her, Her physical growth is continuing from where it left off. But she can't speak, Inoichi pointed out. Kakashi's Chidori dealt tremendous damage to her heart, her left lung, and her voice box, Tsunade said, collecting Inoichi's notes on Rin Nohara's mental state and riffling through it as the man watched, visibly trying to wrap his mind around Tsunade's report. Those wounds aren't healing, but they're not stunting her in any noticeable way. Except maybe. Tsunade winced, glancing up from the note. If she sees the hole in her chest, she could have a mental break. Inoichi grunted in agreement. Tenzo, are you done? Tsunade called to the wood release user, passing Inoichi his notebook, where the man wrote down an addition. This is definitely a tree created from wood release. The man answered his superior, marveling at the slouched tree, plucking an evergreen leaf and studying it with his eyes. The person inside is dead. Well, the man faltered uncertainly, given the strange situation he had been called to investigate. There's no brain activity going on in his head. 100% brain dead, but, he emphasized, verbally stepping around as carefully as he could, their chakra network is active. Essentially, the person inside the tree is a human-shaped husk. Empty and very much deceased. He rapped his knuckles on the tree trunk, and as if on cue, the tree shuddered. Without a doubt, the person inside possesses the first Hokage cells. Tenzo marched to them, nodding politely as she joined the circle. I would have been tempted to say it is Lord Hashirama Senju inside there if not for something. Tsunade and Inoichi listened raptly. Their chakra signature generally clues them to be an Uchiha and a male. No matter what chakra nature a person had, no two chakra signatures were the same. Exactly like fingerprints. A slight exception to this rule was the general similarities of the signatures of people from the same family, or clan, and the general resemblances between genders. Despite these generalities in family and gender, chakra signatures were distinct and different for each person. Experienced sensors could pick out these similarities. The three ninjas looked at each other speculatively, until Inoichi spoke up. I honestly can't think of anyone. The two shrugged, their shoulders heavily lifting and falling. Inoichi chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Is there any way for us to uproot and replant this tree closer to Konoha? Strictly for observation. The roots are buried too deeply, Tenzo replied, shaking his head. If I pull them out, this whole monument could come down. And besides, we don't know enough about this tree and the person inside it to know how bringing it to Konoha would affect the village. Tsunade shook her head. The woman then gestured to the ominous hole in the wall to their left, opposite the entrance from the tunnel. It ebbed foreboding, going deeper and deeper underground. We also don't know anything else about this cave, who else is hiding inside, or how much further down it goes. I have an idea as to why Rin is alive, but I can't say anything certainly until I study the girl. The tense state of the continent made investigating the entirety of the cave inconvenient at the moment, since Konoha's forces were already stretched thin around the borders of the village, and watching Fire Country's borders. The only rank that was more or less available for missions was Greener Genin, when they weren't performing C and D rank missions, that is. But the cave was too mysterious for Konoha to want to risk sending these genin into the darkness. There were also the preparations Konoha's hospital was undergoing to put up Hinata Hyuga, currently being carefully transported from Hidden Chill back to the village. The procession was somewhere south of Snow Country, the last Tsunade heard. She also heard that the accompanying Chill medics had to revive Hinata from flatlining 4 times in the last 24 hours. The girl was expected back in the village within the next 3 days. On the same day the 5 Kage summit was to convene in Iron Country. The Hokage and the Kazekage had parted with the procession in Snow Country and moved on with their guards to Iron Country to attend the summit. Hinata's father was breathing fire on anyone that came near him. The Hyuga clan was the most unstable it had ever been. More unstable than after they had lost Hizashi Hyuga. The Kazekage's resolution to offer his head in atonement for his youngest son's crimes was barely keeping the Hyuga people from revolting. The compounding problems of Yugura possibly declaring war on Konoha, the crumbling Konoha-Suna alliance, the overflowing instability of the Hyuga clan, and Konoha's intelligence leakage problem were threatening to destroy the village. Tsunade finally decided that enough was enough. She knew what she was going to do. For now, seal the entrance. We'll look into this place when we're less busy. Tsunade ordered Tenzo, walking off with clipped steps out of the cave. Inoichi followed close behind her, and Tenzo exited last. Walking onto the water and standing under the waterfall, the man moved his fingers into the ram's seal. Wood release, wood locking doors. A wooden door with no handle cracked through the stone ground before the tunnel entrance, blocking off the unlocked metal door. The wooden door thrummed, a blue seal spreading out from the center and reaching the extreme corners of the door before the seal blipped invisible. I want you and your brother to meet me at my place tonight, Tsunade told Rin. Tenzo caught her words as he approached. The Namikaze girl peered away from the girl in the wheelchair, nodding firmly with a serious look in her purple eyes. Rin Noira looked confusedly at the Senju's order but perked up with a dusting of blush across her nose when her namesake shone a kind smile on her, gently clasping her shoulder with one hand. Tsunade glanced at Itachi and said to him with the same strong look, You too. Tell your father to have 5 of his best police officers ready. Inoichi raised an inquisitive eyebrow to Tsunade, but the woman didn't deem the mind walker with a response. All of them, besides the girl in the wheelchair, understood the confidentiality of Tsunade's order, in case other ears were listening to their conversation. Tenzo joined Tsunade, Inoichi, Itachi, Rin Namikaze and Rin Noira at the shore on Konoha's side of the Valley of the End, where Hashirama Senju's statue faced Madara Uchiha's, and they advanced back to Konoha. 1 hour later. Konoha General Hospital. Konoha. Rin Noira didn't want to let go of Rin Namikaze's arm, groaning for the older girl to not go. The Namikaze girl chuckled, sitting back down on the hospital bed close to the voiceless girl and patting the girl's hands with one of hers, saying in a reassuring voice, I'll be right back. I just need to get you some juice. Is that okay? Rin Noira shook her head jerkily. She wasn't a girl that asked for much, the Namikaze noted a while ago, and Rin did everything she was asked without complaint, whether it was to have some blood drawn or take a few tablets. Rin Noira was a good, obedient girl. Her behavior till that point reinforced the stories Minato used to tell his children of Rin Noira, the peacemaker of the team and a rising medic. Now, though, Rin Noira was demanding that her namesake didn't leave her side, not for a single second. Rin shared a semi-panicked look with Itachi, sitting on the chair by the bed with his feet stretched out under the hospital bed and his fingers clasped at his chest. The boy shrugged, sitting up and letting his hands fall to his lap. I'll make sure she comes back, Rin. He promised her. His dull black eyes stayed on Rin Nohara's and his grim determination seemed to click something in the bedridden girl's head, twitchily and reluctantly uncoiling her arms from the Namikaze's left arm. I promise. The younger girl bobbed her head, shifting further into her bed and clutching a photo book she had retrieved from her left side. Rin had been long dead when Rin and Naruto were born, so the voiceless girl didn't have any recollection of her teacher honoring his dead student by naming his first girl child after her. She wanted to know everything about her namesake, and that was when Tsunade excused herself and returned with her photo book of her grandchildren, detailing every milestone, till it stopped abruptly when the twins were 5 when Tsunade left Konoha. Rin and Itachi stealthily left the room. Itachi closed the door after himself, turning to eye his friend's sister. She's grown on you, he told her in plain words, and Rin smirked, tucking her hands behind her head and walking with a relaxed slink. Itachi walked beside her, hands in his pockets and facing his eyes front as they moved down the stairs to the reception area. I told you, anyone that comes near you instinctively comes to like you. She likes you too, you know? Rin responded with a roll of her eyes, nudging Itachi's cheek with her elbow. Because I remind her of when Kakashi used to be all grumpy and moody. Itachi shook his head, half-stepping away from Rin. Still. A tenseless silence came between them, treading down the last step and entering the reception area. Rin smiled sunnily to the 3 nurses behind the reception desk and waved to the people waiting to be attended to, receiving large smiles and jovial waves in return. The girl liked being liked, as shallow as that sounded. She did her very best to get along with everyone, remembering names, birthdays, and any other detail anyone purposely or offhandedly mentioned to her. It made them feel special, and it made Rin feel happy. Her sunny, pleasant disposition didn't fuel her bloodline, but it certainly didn't hinder her abilities. Walking through the hospital doors, Rin casually looked at Itachi from the corner of his eyes, rolling her words in her mouth before she said, "So, Izumi." The Uchiha grunted with an invisible smile upon hearing his girlfriend's name. The Namikaze girl and Uchiha boy took their time walking toward the village's market district, staying on the sidewalk. Rin replied to humble greetings with a polite nod and smile, and this happened every so often since Rin had been dubbed the village's treasure ever since she was just 5 years old. The moniker of Angel of Konoha wasn't in words only, it was through action, both on and off missions. Rin continued, a growing smile playing on her lips and her purple eyes glittering as she prodded her brother's friend's cheek again. "How long has that been going on? Honestly?" Itachi began, glancing at the other girl and receiving a nod for him to continue. "It wasn't official till 2 years ago." "That's too sweet." Rin cooed, honestly happy for her brother's friend. "I heard all the fuss Auntie Mikoto was making when you two moved in together, but I kinda assumed both of you were an item since when we were in the academy. Maybe even before then. Like how you and Naruto were a thing since both of you were toddlers?" The girl didn't even flinch in surprise, her grin broadening and winking at Itachi. "Yeah, but maybe not as adorable as me and Naruto." That made Itachi smile, saying, "I seriously doubt that." "Oh yeah?" "Yeah." Itachi nodded resolute. He brazenly gloated, saying, "Matter of fact, my Izumi trumps your Naruto any time, any day." Rin openly scoffed, almost tripping on her feet at the hilarity of Itachi's taunt. "It's physically impossible for Naruto to be more adorable than my girl." Itachi shrugged, closing his eyes at chuckling as Rin stumbled to find her footing, laughing with tears in her eyes and using his right shoulder for support. The people on the street looked on with bewilderment as the girl's laughter tapered to a stop, wiping her eyes with a finger and standing upright. Holding her chest, she wheezily said, "There's no way in hell Naruto's not more adorable than Izumi." Itachi took that as a challenge. "Did you know she used to have a lisp? Tell me that's not adorable." Rin feigned a critical hit to the heart, losing a few life points at Itachi's stated fact. She recovered, gathering strength and returning fire. "Naruto snorts when he laughs too hard." It was Itachi's turn to reel with fake pain, stumbling with wobbly knees and glowering up at a gloating Rin. He panted, fighting back upright and telling his opponent, "Izumi has a squeaky fart. Impossible to hide. Naruto's afraid of chickens. Izumi's afraid of guinea pigs." Rin winced. "Oh, that's a good one." "I know," Itachi gloated, his shoulders and chin rising high with pride. Their back and forth was quiet, private, so that passers-by couldn't hear their rapid discussions, but chuckled at the fake injuries both of them acted out after each delivered line. It all culminated in a double knockout. "Naruto likes being the little spoon. Izumi likes being the big spoon." In unison, both keeled over, as if receiving gut punches, and Rin went as far as slumping onto an outdoor cafe table, disrupting the breakfast of the people seated there. This was the scene Naruto walked in on half a minute later, Rin holding her chest, laughing and gushing breathlessly, and Itachi gripping his stomach and faking a wince with one eye closed. "The hell's going on?" Naruto half smiled, furrowing his temple and looking between his sister and his friend. He sent the occupants an apologetic grimace, deftly lifting Rin and Itachi by the back of their collars and carrying them off. The scene resembled a frustrated parent carrying their mischievous children away before they could make a bigger fool of themselves. He set them down a short distance from the cafe, and Rin swept back to her brother and hooked her left elbow with his right elbow, nuzzling her head into the crook of his neck before she leaned back down, walking properly into the market area. With his left hand, Naruto collected a fist bump from his friend, asking again, "What's going on?" Itachi waved his hands dismissively. "Never mind." Naruto raised an eyebrow and his sister echoed Itachi, grinning cheekily. "It's nothing." Naruto hummed, suspicious. His sister shook her head vigorously when he cast a glance at her, not wanting him to search her thoughts for whatever she and Itachi had been going on about. Giving up, Naruto shrugged and Rin appreciatively poked his side. Itachi took the lead as they passed into the market's entrance. Konoha's famed market was a gated section of the village southwest of the Hokage's tower. Although most of the merchants and traders set up shops within the market fence, a few people displayed their wares on the ground, on trays and mats, or in portable stands, whether it was dried fish or jewelry, and people that didn't want to venture into the cluster of humanity inside the fence often patronized those outside of the fence. The best prices and the best quality of goods came from sellers inside the market, not outside. Rin walked close to her brother, who carefully tread behind Itachi as the Uchiha pushed a path through the bustle of people and traders, ignoring the beckoning call of sellers holding out their wares or motioning to their shops. Customers lingered at the shops, holding bags tightly in their hands, pointing at items inside shops and kiosks, and the sellers picked out those items and set them aside for later when the customer was ready to pay for the items. Shop boys and girls assisted the traders and merchants. The bigger shops had 2 shop boys or girls, going back and forth between customers and working hard to keep the business flowing smoothly. Itachi held out his left arm and ushered Naruto and Rin out of the way of a cart, carrying a load of all sorts of soaps and detergents, being pushed by a lanky teenager in simple clothes. "It's busy today," the Uchiha remarked to the two at his back. "It's a market day," Naruto answered with a prompt shake of his head, dodging a shoe seller calling for his attention. "Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays." Itachi acknowledged. Naruto did most of the house shopping in the market, so he was more familiar with the market days than Itachi, whose girlfriend didn't trust him to do the shopping. Not to say that any other day no shops were open, just that most traders that weren't based in Konoha found those 3 days more convenient to import their goods into the village on those days, capitalizing on the continent's largest economy to acquire their wealth. Itachi led them down a route to their left, slipping into a breezily sparse path. On both sides of the path were herds of goats and flocks of sheep, kept behind low fences and munching on hay. They bleated and gnawed on their food, sparing a look up before taking their eyes back down to their food. The herders that were presently perked up on seeing them but settled back down when it didn't look like they were interested in buying goats or sheep. "Are you lost?" Rin asked Itachi, and the Uchiha scratched the back of his head, stopping at the end of the animal pens. "I'm taking a shortcut," was his short answer. "Oh?" Naruto said suddenly, his eyebrows shooting up in realization. "You're going to get juice, right?" "Yup." Itachi nodded. "Fuzz, right?" "Yup. I think she's up there." Naruto pointed forward, tracing the path to the end, where it burst out to another section of the market where they could see fruit and vegetable sellers busily responding to customers, collecting money and returning change. Somewhere to the right of where a majority of the fruit sellers were grouped was a medium-sized shack made from polished brown wood, and a mint-haired teen and 3 shadow clones energetically answered orders from inside the shack. One of the girls stayed by the cash register, and the clones worked inside the shack, blending the fruits and adding their special flair to the mix. A sign hung over the shack with a list of juices that could be prepared. There were plenty of places people could get fresh juice in Konoha. There were many Akimichi juicers elsewhere in the village, but the Waterfall Ninja had a magnetic flair. The shack didn't have an official name, referred to as Fuzz in Konoha's business registry and among her patrons, but it was a fairly popular spot for fresh, nutritious juice. Now that she was in the village, the 3 of them didn't want to miss this window. Waterfall was a major exporter of fruits and vegetables, and Fu came to the village 1 week out of the month to craft all sorts of fresh juice for sale. Waterfall exports made up a 5th of the fruits in Konoha's market, given that Konoha also produced fruits and vegetables of its own. The 3 of them approached the shack and Fu, animatedly collecting orders and passing them to the clones working inside the shop, saw them come near and stand at the back of the line. The people on the line were mostly older kids from the civilian academy, bubbling excitedly as they waited in the line, and parents that did their best to be patient, even as the line moved fairly smoothly. "Hey guys! she called, scribbling on a small sheet of paper and handing it over her shoulder to a clone without looking, settling on the counter with her elbows and grinning. Naruto nodded his greeting and Rin smiled back. I'll get right to you, okay? Take your time, Rin called back. Fu's stall was strategically placed, nestled inside the fruits and vegetables section of the market, that the only issue she could ever come across during a normal business week was if her juicers or blenders broke. The sink worked well, and her bowls and utensils were regularly washed. Fruits and vegetables were always within reach, and if she needed anything else, she could send a clone to run an errand in the market to gather what she needed. It was written in her business plan to make juices as natural and as fresh as possible. The Waterfall Chunin told them that she preferred her week in Konoha to the other weeks she spent in Waterfall, since the people in the village didn't treat her too fairly since she was a tailed beast holder. In Konoha, people didn't care about her status. She was a nice enough person that could mind her business, and she made good juice. That was fine. It had taken an intervention from the Hokage, at the pleading of his oldest and youngest daughters, to make the Chunin more available to traveling, having to increase the trading agreement to accommodate for Fu's week not running missions for Waterfall. It needed to be written in clear words that Konoha wasn't laying claim to Waterfall's Jinchuriki, and that the week she was going to be in Konoha, the village would spare no expense in looking after her. Fu's created a social boom among the youth and adult population, and it also helped spark a revival in the village for fresh beverages, and the Hokage was in full support. What can I get you? The 15-year-old girl brightly asked them, and Naruto looked and scratched his chin. I'll take a citrus juice. Rin spoke next, saying, Give me a carrot and ginger, and a green juice. As an afterthought, she added, Separate. That's 2 orders. Fu bobbed her head, scratching the words into a piece of paper with a pencil. Gotcha. She looked up and fluttered her eyelashes at Itachi, smirking. Yeah? Pineapple and ginger. Thanks. Itachi answered with a plain look, making Fu pout and hand the order to a doppelganger to handle. The 3 of them stepped aside for the person behind them to go ahead and order, and a minute later, the real Fu at the cash register presented them with a paper bag of the 4 orders. Rin slapped Naruto's wrist when he moved to pull out his wallet, but Itachi tactfully dodged a strike to his hand, holding out a 1,000 Rie note to Fu. Itachi gave Rin a triumphant look, and the Namikaze girl narrowed a harmless stare at the Uchiha. We need to catch up, Fu admitted with an elated look in her eyes, collecting the money and noting down another order, continuing the cycle with the clones working hard inside the shack. It's been way too long. She immediately followed by saying, Does this evening sound good? The 5 of us, you, me, Naruto, Itachi and Izumi, can go out and have dinner. My treat. We actually have a mission this evening. Sorry. Rin apologized, a lopsided frown sliding down her lips. Then her purple eyes lit up and she suggested, Would tomorrow morning be okay? I could help out in the shop. You're an angel, Rin. Fu smiled, relieved, and collected a paper bag from a clone, passing it to a customer and collecting her payment, storing it in the register. But I don't want to impose. Please, Rin scoffed. You'll be doing me a favor. My week is wide open till my dad comes back. She playfully shook her brother, and Naruto hummed nonchalantly, going with the mood. This guy's coming too. It'll be fun, I promise. If it's not too much trouble. Thanks, Rin. Naruto. The 3 Konoha jounin bid the Waterfall Chunin goodbye and left the market. Naruto turned to his sister, leaving the market fence quicker than when they had arrived, and asked her, Who's the second juice for? Rin almost stumbled, completely forgetting that her twin wasn't in the loop, and said, It's for Rin Noera, Dad's student. He looked at her incredulously, and the girl nervously laughed, feeling a sweat drop slide down the side of her face. But she's dead. Rin's brother felt her forehead, checking if she had a temperature. Are you okay? Do you need to sit down? Itachi pursed his lips, containing his amusement as Rin pouted petulantly, pushing her brother's hand off her forehead. Naruto then snapped his fingers. Oh, you're going to leave the juice by her grave marker. He shrugged. I don't think juice is an appropriate offering, but you do you, I guess. She's alive. Rin grunted sourly, and Naruto snorted, looking to his friend to see if he shared the same thoughts on Rin's words, only to meet a nod, albeit Itachi hid his laughing lips behind his hand as he rubbed his nose. I don't know how or why, but Rin's alive. I need to see this, Naruto stated, hastening their march to the hospital. And he was gobsmacked when he did, watching Rin Noera, formerly a deceased student of his father, eagerly slurping the carrot and ginger juice his sister handed her. That night, Tsunade cracked her fists. Somewhere to her right, Naruto was doing some lunges, stretching his hands over his head and leaning left and right, eliciting some relieved cracks from his joints. Rin was speedily running in place, not using her bloodline so light didn't ebb off her form. Itachi leaned against a tree with his eyes closed, meditating in anticipation of what they were going to do that night. That starless night, a squad of police officers surrounded the Shimura clan compound, hidden from the beams of moonlight in shadowy perches. It was merely a force of 3 Uchiha officers, an Aburame officer, and a Yamanaka officer, accompanied by their chief of police, Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku and Tsunade purposely kept the squad small so that there won't be any leaks about their operation. Since respectfully interrogating the elders wasn't working, Fugaku's hand was forced to catch them in their treasonous acts. What about the grandkids? Naruto asked, standing upright and crossing his arms. He strolled to Tsunade and stood beside her, looking down at the partially vacant clan compound. Moegi and Udon are on a class field trip. They won't be back until tomorrow, Tsunade answered. The only lights on in the clan compound were from a house at the end of the area, Danzo's, and the lights came from only one room, likely the living room. How sure are you that Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo are all in there? Completely sure, Naruto replied. His purple eyes turned red and he frowned reflectively. The chakra signatures I'm seeing in Danzo's house are theirs. No clones, but I do see about 24 other people patrolling the compound. I don't recognize them. Having a private militia is illegal in this village. Now we have more of a reason to nail these old prunes to the goddamn wall. Naruto scoffed, and Tsunade faced him with a glare. He shrugged, not scared of her scowl. It's a bit weird for a granny to be calling someone else an old prune. I'm at the prime of my life, Tsunade whispered hotly. You were born old, Granny. Just accept it. Naruto looked away when Tsunade loomed over him. Tsunade reared her right fist back, losing hold of her temper and cursing. Ungrateful brat. Focus, Rin interjected fiercely, coming between her surrogate grandmother and her brother before the two could begin to exchange blows. How do you suggest we get past their guards? I've got 2 of the fastest people on the planet with me, Tsunade said matter-of-factly. Your priority is getting into that house and subduing the elders. Use non-lethal force on anyone that blocks your way, as long as those 3 fossils don't escape. Don't. The woman cut herself off and passionately warned Naruto when he turned his face away with a scoff. Lord help me, don't you fucking say it. Rin joined Tsunade in glaring, and the boy held his hands up in defeat. I'll take responsibility if my hunch is wrong, Tsunade said with finality, leaving no room for arguments. The police are here to mop up anyone that tries to run. I'll be at your back. Right. The twins nodded in sync. Let's go. The speedsters bound away a nanosecond after those last words left Tsunade's lips, and they blazed over the walls of the clan compound and ran in a warping blur of red mist and yellow lights. Their bodies melted away, oozing red and yellow, blazing in the form of pointed, surging clouds and joining together in a hypnotic synchronization of chakra. The sentient cloud of red mist and yellow lights chakra rushed with jarring speed, slamming through the front door of Danzo Shimura's house and shooting inside. Ghost Flash apprehended Hamura and Koharu, disregarding their age and status and slamming them against the walls, tying their hands despite their angered protests. What is this? Koharu yelled, struggling futilely against Rin's tough grip, pulled off the wall and pushed to their knees. What is the meaning of this? Itachi leapt through the window in a flurry of crows and black feathers, and tackled Danzo to the ground, restraining his hands behind his back as the elder thrashed. A restraint seal etched onto the handcuffs stifled their hopes for escape, so the one-eyed resorted to gnashing a blistering curse at the three teenagers. "Who told you to do this? Release me at once! I told you Minato would do this! Over and over I told you!" Hamura squawked in a panic, his eyes became bloodshot, instinctively turning to Rin for compassion. "I took no part in this. I was forced." "Silence, you buffoon!" Danzo snapped, flicking a look to Rin and seeing that she didn't have any compassion to spare. He turned to Itachi, snapping, "This is a home invasion. An infringement on our rights as honored citizens. We are elders of this village. I swear I'll make you sorry." He looked at all of them, landing finally on Naruto and glowering at the boy's impassive stare. "You and whoever sent you, I'll make you all sorry." Naruto looked down at the three kneeling elders. He hummed and nodded his head. "All right." And dark hoods fell over the three elders' heads, blackening their visions. Chapter 19. The elders were separated and placed into 3 rooms inside Danzo's residence. Koharu was taken upstairs to the guest bathroom, Hamura was kept alone in the parlor and faced into a corner of the room, and Danzo was left in the kitchen under the rapt stare of Rin Namikaze. All of them had hoods obscuring their vision and their awareness. Naruto gingerly sat down on the edge of the bathtub of the oddly unused bathroom, sitting in silence as Fugaku stood on Koharu's other side, glowering with a contemplative expression at the bound elder. "You cannot have me tortured," Koharu suddenly said, swiveling her head to the left and tilting back in the general direction of the Uchiha clan head. "I was an officer for 5 years after my retirement as a shinobi. I've read the guidelines. I know how your system works." The woman rambled, and Fugaku shared a look with his nephew. Naruto looked back at Fugaku with the corner of his lips somewhat turned down. She was referring to their Uchiha sensibilities with police work. "No Yamanaka contribution. No torturing a Konoha citizen." Naruto hummed inaudibly. It wasn't much of a secret that Konoha's police was an Uchiha organization, created by the second Hokage to appease the Uchiha clan after being passed over once again for the position of Hokage. The creation of the police was to provide the Uchihas with a deeper sense of responsibility and commitment to the village, even though Tobirama Senju's views on the Uchiha were openly distrustful. Since the beginning of the Konoha's police force, non-Uchiha were admitted in, after strict vetting, but the majority of the officers are Uchiha by blood or by marriage. "How do you think Minato would react when he finds out about this fiasco?" Naruto scoffed and made to answer, but his uncle held up a finger for him to wait a moment. There was a knock on the bathroom door, and Koharu flinched, turning as much as she could in the direction of the sound, shifting with her hands restrained to her back as Fugaku grunted in acknowledgement. The door opened and a police officer in civilian clothes stood there, dipping her head to her clan head and presenting him with a plain, featureless white mask. "We've found an underground passage," she said, and Koharu stiffened. "Master Itachi and Lady Tsunade have gone down to investigate. The bodyguards have also been apprehended and subdued." "Thank you, Io." Fugaku nodded and the Uchiha woman nodded back, excusing herself from the bathroom. Naruto relaxed a little, hinting at a smile on his plain features, and Fugaku noiselessly walked across Koharu and leaned against the sink, crossing his arms and fixing a stare on the bound elder. Both uncle and nephew didn't need to look at each other to know that the elder's resolve was unraveling. They sat in silence for another minute, watching the old woman fidget on the covered toilet, shuffling her feet and blindly turning her head about in whichever direction she thought her captors were staying. Until Fugaku said, "I'm not going to speak to Danzo or Hamura." He waited a moment, and observed Koharu jerk her head to the sound of his voice, facing him. "Danzo's a stubborn man with an outdated way of thinking. You're different. You know how important the stability of this village is, not only for the sake of the people but on a global scale too. Hamura, on the other hand, will say and do anything to save his skin." The man walked across the elder, this time not suppressing his footfalls, letting the nervous lady track his path to the bathroom door. We've known about Root for longer than we want to take credit for. A jolt ran up Koharu's back and she sat upright, frozen. The stoic clan head furrowed his brow incredulously. Did you think Lord Third could keep its existence a secret for long? Especially since the fourth Hokage wholeheartedly disagreed with the existence of Root. The information Kakashi had been supplying the fourth Hokage since his induction and exit from Root was incredibly valuable. But the Hokage has been patient. He wanted to see the extent of influence Root has, and do you know what we discovered? Koharu didn't say anything. Naruto pursed his lips, enjoying the elder's discomfort. We found out Root and Hidden Sound use the same methods to condition their operatives. Developed by Danzo and perfected by Orochimaru. It's all on record. I wish to make a deal. Koharu shakily interrupted Fugaku. Fugaku suppressed a smirk. What do you have in mind? My cooperation in exchange for immunity from charges of my involvement. I also want you to personally ensure my protection and the protection of my family. That all depends on the depth of your involvement, Fugaku said with a shrug. Give us something valuable. What do you think we don't already know? This was all Danzo's idea. Honestly. He recruits from orphanages across the country and even across country borders, stealing children away and brainwashing them into mindless, obedient, emotionless husks. We already know that, Fugaku said with a frown. Kakashi had detailed the brainwashing process to them, and, from Itachi's raids on Hidden Sound hideouts and the cooperation of the Sound Five, a way to deprogram the victims had been provided by the Yamanaka. The deprogramming was difficult but proven to work. Try again. The woman faltered, hunching forward and gritting her teeth. Fugaku shook his head when Naruto made to take the hood off her head. She sat up again and continued. We are mobilizing Root to overthrow the Hokage. A heavy silence fell in the bathroom. Naruto's face darkened and he stood up. Koharu didn't hear him stand, continuing her confession. The plan was, to quickly depose Minato with the support of the Mizukage, finish off Minato's children and silence any opposition, especially in Uchiha or Hyuga uprising. With poison and chemical hypnosis. Naruto finished for her. The elder snapped her head in his direction, just realizing that Naruto was present. Koharu stammered. Why yes. The Mizukage is underhanded and vile, even among shinobi. He doesn't care how it happens, as long as it happens. Fugaku asked. Am I to assume Root is Konoha's mole? Koharu screwed her lips shut. Naruto's Sharingan spiraled in his eyes, saying in a deceptively cool voice. Answer the question. I won't say any more until I have a written agreement from the Hokage himself to absolve me from my involvement. The woman stuttered, turning away from where she last heard Naruto's voice and facing Fugaku, turning her head up. I've been stockpiling insurance against Danzo in case he decided to go after me. 3 decades worth. It's all yours if I have that agreement. Uncle. Naruto's Sharingan turned backwards. Fugaku shook his head. No. Leaving aside them planning to poison my family. Naruto's tone darkened and he bared his teeth, looming over the shuddering elder. This is still high treason. Treason was a capital offense, punished with death by hanging. Fugaku flicked his eyes to Naruto, signing to his nephew. She might not be executed, but she will still be punished. Aside from Koharu's assets being seized and her benefits taken away from her, someone could leak her crimes to the general public. The elder would have to change her name and move out of Konoha, but the reputation and face will follow her till the day she died, imprinted on her very being like a brand. She would be made to wear a monitor, tracking her movement to make sure she didn't leave Fire Country and that she didn't associate with any of Konoha's enemies. Her freedom would rest on her non-involvement with enemies of the village. There was a chance her family would feel the effects of their grandmother being a traitor, and that lowered Naruto's snarl. Being branded as the family of a traitor could drive people to do horrendous things to that family. And Naruto didn't deceive himself by thinking that everyone in Konoha was a rational person. The boy rubbed his face and exhaled into his hands, shutting his eyes and deactivating his Sharingan. After a while, Naruto signed back to Fugaku. I'll think of something else. Rin idled herself by rummaging through Danzo's fridge. Her brow furrowed incredulously, leaning back and saying to the bound man seated beside the sink, You have an entire fridge and all you keep inside are. She brought out a saran-wrapped pork sandwich and a bottle of water. These? She smelled the pork sandwich, expecting to recoil from it being spoiled, but she hummed when she didn't perceive any unpleasant smell. She turned and nudged the fridge door shut, walking to the island counter. Matter of fact, this whole house is empty. She hopped onto the counter and set the bottle of water down to her right, ripping the saran wrap off the sandwich. You've been a busy old man. She opened her mouth to bite off a chunk of the sandwich, until her brother reached around her, snagging the sandwich from her hold and tossing it over his shoulder. She groaned. Bro. Could be poisoned, he said stoically, looking firmly at the unspeaking man on the chair. Danzo's hands were also tied behind his back and a dark hood was thrown over his head, intended to disorient the old man. The girl made to complain, but her words faltered at the scathing stare her brother leveled the silent man with. She sat there on the counter, her brow knitted as she peered into Naruto's face, pushing into his thoughts. Have you found Shirsui's Sharingan? This made Danzo's head jerk up and swivel to Naruto. Rin tentatively replied, clapping her hands to remove the breadcrumbs. No. We searched all of the storage seals on him, and all we got were heart medication and a letter from a Wind Country Yakuza boss about missing shipments. She air quoted this since the shipment was a softer way of saying people, in Danzo's case. No Sharingan yet. I have said this before repeatedly, Danzo said, shifting forward till he was sitting on the edge of his seat. I did not attack that boy. I was here, in my house, preparing to sleep. Then submit yourself for a memory scan, Ren said to him with a raised eyebrow, sitting up and perching her hands on each side of the counter. How is that so hard? As an honored citizen of this village, you do not need to endure the indignity of a Yamanaka memory scan. Naruto parroted that man's reply, memorized from every time through the years he had been pressed to solidify his alibi. Danzo snapped his mouth shut, gritting his teeth and seething. You're only afraid of what else they'll find in that head. The man didn't deem the boy an answer. If finding Shirsui's eye doesn't put you away, and we will find it, Naruto pressed, narrowing his purple stare to the old man. Then believe me when I say that we have plenty of other cases on you. Rin smirked. We're good at hiding things too. The Hokage, his two oldest children, Fugaku, Crow's Feet, Shirsui, Kakashi, and Yugao had been compiling years' worth of evidence against Danzo in anticipation of this day. It was only unfortunate that Kakashi and Yugao weren't participating in this raid because they were the Hokage's guards during the Kage summit. Crow's Feet was busy in Kiri. Naruto and Rin exchanged a look, looking back at Danzo. You can't hide behind the daimyo anymore. He'll be smart enough to back the hell away from this. Danzo vibrated with suppressed rage, muttering, There will be hell to pay, Namikaze. When the third Hokage had died, sacrificing himself in Minato's place to seal half of the Kyuubi into himself with the Reaper death seal, Minato busied himself from grieving the loss of his wife with one task, aside from rebuilding the village and reigniting the villagers' trust in their shinobi, coming down on Danzo and Orochimaru for their clandestine activities. Hiruzen Sarutobi, then retired from being Hokage for the past 5 years before his death, had been helping to divert and hide both Orochimaru and Danzo's activities, and the magnitude of this orchestration came to light after the Kyuubi attack. It was because of this revelation of his loose grasp on power that the fourth Hokage centralized his government even more and retook what independent power and authority the council had on their jurisdiction. This only excluded clan matters. This in turn provided no avenue for the council, or anyone in the village, to hide anything criminal from him. Over the next 5 years after the Kyuubi attack, there were widespread revelations of corruption in the Hidden Leaf, and both the ANBU and the police cooperated in mercilessly cracking down on the criminal activities. The number and power of Konoha shinobi and police drastically increased. The influence and popularity of the fourth Hokage among the villagers and allies tripled. It was during these crackdowns and the peace that flowed outwards from Konoha to their allies that Minato Namikaze was popularly referred to as the peacetime Hokage. Orochimaru fled the village, swearing to kill the Namikaze Hokage and his family on his return, but Danzo remained. The daimyo came to his rescue. Oddly, months before the Kyuubi attack, Danzo had become the Fire Daimyo's representative in Konoha. Arresting and putting Danzo on trial would pit the Hokage against the Fire Daimyo, and that political battle would only affect those caught in the crossfire. So, Minato did the next best thing, investigating Danzo and compiling evidence, until the daimyo had no option but to step away. Barricading Danzo's black market supply of trafficked humans and intercepting communication between Orochimaru and Danzo was proving to be problematic, since Jiraiya, the expert in criminal underworld dealings, had vanished, and Crow's Feet was occupied in Kiri. Everyone in the small team of investigators had to be patient. "I'll be right back," Naruto muttered. He patted his sister's back and flicked his thumb over his shoulder. She nodded and faced the old man as Naruto walked out of the kitchen and moved to the room underneath the stairs. A policeman there stood aside for him and helped him open the door. On the other side of the door and leading into the basement was an illogically thick wall of darkness. Naruto looked at the officer and the man half frowned, skeptical. "I have no idea why the lights don't work." He jutted his head into the wall of darkness, leaning back and saying, "Feels like a genjutsu, I think. Nothing dangerous. Just a bit spooky if you asked me." The younger Uchiha hummed. "Do you have a torchlight?" "I do," the officer answered, taking out a torchlight from one of his back pockets and handing it to Naruto. Naruto collected the light with a grateful nod and flicked it on, pointing it into the dark basement. The light cut into the darkness and landed at the bottom of the stairs, illuminating the house's water heater. Idly swishing the light about the basement from the entrance, the teen asked the officer, "Have you heard from Tsunade and Itachi? Their radios stopped working the moment they stepped down there." He pointed to the lit heater. The man shrugged. "Honestly? I think they're fine." Naruto conceded to that. Tsunade and Itachi weren't ordinary ninjas by any stretch of the imagination. Either way, Naruto was going in after them to see what other skeletons Danzo had been hiding. "The entrance is to the right. You can't miss it," the officer supplied, tucking his thumbs into the front pockets of his jeans. "Thanks," Naruto murmured and carefully trudged into the basement, stepping down the stairs as his clanmate watched from the door, leaving the basement door open for his benefit. He reached the bottom of the stairs and, as he was told, he turned right and flicked his light on the wall. The policeman was right. He wouldn't have been able to miss this. It was a wide entryway roughly shaped into a door, carved out from the brick wall and winding downwards. Naruto ran the light of the torch along the edges of the hole in the wall, slowly nearing it and flashing the light down to the hardened clay staircase leading down. The boy looked back to the still open basement entrance, scrunching up his face in distaste at the genjutsu blanketing the basement and the subterranean door. It wasn't dangerous, just off-putting and somewhat disorientating. Naruto activated his Sharingan and peered back into the hole in the wall, and the darkness didn't clear. The boy hummed thoughtfully and deactivated his Dijitsu, conserving his chakra. He put his trust in his natural senses. Taking a preparatory breath, Naruto walked into the hole in the wall, diving deeper into the genjutsu. He kept his left hand on the wall of the tunnel as his right held the torchlight, flashing light down the spiraling staircase. His ears perked at the distant sound of rushing wind and his nose perceived the smell of damp clay. 5 minutes into his descent, his feet squelched on the wet clay stairs he had previously smelt, and he flicked the torchlight up and frowned when he didn't see any leakage from Danzo's pipes. He pointed the light to the left and right, then down to the wet clay as he balanced on top using his chakra. He put that out of his mind and hastened his steps, anchoring himself to the staircase by keeping his left hand on the wall. Whatever genjutsu Danzo used was powerful enough to negate his Sharingan, and that meant that since he couldn't use his Dijitsu to keep himself centered, he would have to physically remind himself where and when he was, thus the hand against the wall. He reached the bottom of the stairs and saw that the ground was flooded with water. Naruto's pace quickened, nearly jogging down the pitch-black corridor, running through an open door without hesitation and speeding up his steps into a jog, then speeding into a sprint. His feet pitter-pattered on the wet floor, never once skidding or slipping on the clay ground. His eyes stayed forward, following the straight path his light shone down, passing another door and skirting to the left, kicking off the wall and maintaining his sharp pace, till he reached a final door at the end of the corridor. The light from the door shone blindingly, and he squinted his eyes, flicking off his light and shading his eyes with the back of his hand. The sound of rushing air increased and Naruto's expression scrunched up, tearing faster and faster toward the light at the end of the tunnel. Red mist poured from his body as he ripped the earth, heating the ground with each firm step and hardening the wet clay as he charged. His body gradually shifted into a red cloud, pointed at the tip and warping at dizzying speeds to the light, always keeping a wispy grasp on the wall to his left. Naruto's face twisted harder, and he pushed harder against the genjutsu, flooding his extremities with chakra and flushing out the external chakra threatening to invade his body, until he burst through the door and tucked into a brisk roll, shifting his body back to normal. He breathed out a relieved breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them, Tsunade stood a short distance in front of him with her arms crossed, an eyebrow quirked up and her lips twisted to suppress a laugh. "Shut it," he grunted, wandering his eyes around him. He dreaded hearing what it looked like he was doing from her perspective as he pushed to escape the genjutsu. "I don't want to hear it." She raised her hands in defeat, zipping her lips shut. He and the lady stood in a vacant hall with a low ceiling. More open doors and tunnels led outwards. Naruto approached Tsunade, tucking his torchlight into his back pocket and rubbing the fingers of his left hand, cleaning the dried clay off them. "Where's Itachi?" Naruto asked, and on cue, the Uchiha exited one of the open doors behind Tsunade, at Naruto's front. A long train of bleary-eyed, weeping children stumbled out after him, holding hands in a single file so as not to get lost. Naruto counted 42, 30 preteens and 10 teenagers, till another Itachi followed at the back of the line, leaving the door open. The children winced at the light, cringing away from it, and huddling together behind the two Itachi clones when they approached the two other ninjas in the hall. From another door to their right, Tsunade trooped out with her own single file of children, carrying 3 toddlers in her arms. These were much younger, looking to be barely 6 years old. 27 in total. They too grimaced at the light, and took shuddering steps after the tall blonde woman. They were pale, wearing simple clothes, white shirts and white shorts with no shoes, and Naruto easily identified some of the children as not being native to Fire Country. From another door to Naruto's right, another train poured out, led by a Tsunade clone. This one was of teenagers. The youngest looked 13 and the oldest was 17, and they wore black clothing, black shirts and black pants with dark shinobi sandals. They trooped out in a neat line with their hands on each other's shoulders, their heads tilted down, and their expressions devoid of emotion. They didn't so much as flinch at the light. The wide hall began to fill up and Naruto's expression fell, staring at the scared children and how painfully silent the room was, bustling wordlessly behind their rescuers and doing their best to muffle their crying. One child in particular caught Naruto's eye, a 12-year-old boy carrying a 5-year-old boy, bearing the markings of an Inuzuka clan member. An abrupt sob caught Naruto's attention and he saw a white-clothed boy, no older than 6, stagger to a black-clothed girl. The girl broke out into tears and knelt, weeping freely as the boy jumped into her arms, sobbing into the girl's chest. Similar reunions erupted around the hall, with some of the white-clothed children racing to some of the black-clothed seniors, clasping them for dear life and crying without restraint. Itachi, the real one, managed to squeeze through the crowd, with a few younger children still gripping the bottom corner of his shirt, stubbornly sticking to the 17-year-old Uchiha. Their watery eyes looked about them, and Naruto saw how crestfallen they were at not finding who they were looking for. Naruto's grim expression was mirrored by Itachi's, who frowned with suppressed anger. He didn't move to disengage from the children following him, going as far as allowing one of the children to grip his left hand. Itachi didn't speak, exchanging looks with both Tsunade and Naruto. A humorless scoff brought Naruto's eyes back to Tsunade, and the woman shook her head, saying, "Danzo's fucked." The red demon couldn't agree more. Naruto found a route that led into the forest of death, free from the genjutsu and relatively short. He guided the crowd of children and young adults above ground. He and Tsunade summoned more clones to protect the large crowd from the forest's nocturnal animals, moving them to Konoha. A handful of root operatives managed to evade capture, but the surprising nature of Tsunade and Itachi's invasion of their hidden base didn't give them enough time to destroy all of Danzo's incriminating records. Some of the police that could be spared were gathering everything together and piling them into storage seals. They could arrange whatever they had gotten later. The hideout had been primed to self-destruct via dozens of explosive tags tattooed to the walls, but that was only if Danzo had anticipated the raid of his home. His chakra had been sealed and his bodyguards were restrained before he could give the command. The haste in collecting and storing the documents was in case the escaped root agents returned, since the officers didn't want to test their strength against people that managed to escape Itachi Uchiha. The fate of the elders was sealed. Danzo, Hamura and Koharu were taken into police custody. At the same time, somewhere in grass country, Yugura's first memory was being clutched in his mother's arms, fleeing from Konoha ninjas. Flashback. One by one, the Karatachi clan members fell as they raced in grass country from Fire Country's border. Tobirama Senju led the charge, brandishing his lightning sword and striking down whoever he crossed in a blaze of speed. No one could match the first Hokage's successor, and anyone that tried died reeling in agony. Yugura's mother panted, gripping her child close and speeding on barefoot across the grass country plains, never once daring to look behind her and biting her lips to keep her ragged screams muffled. It was all a rush of color and sound, blurring together as Yugura cried into his mother's chest. Flashback end. Yugura's eyes glazed over as he emptily looked over the warehouse full of caskets, standing upright and teeming with chakra inside. One warehouse of 5 across the continent. "Gura! Lord Yugura!" The man grunted, blinking his eyes at the tears that pushed against his resolve. He didn't turn to face Chojuro, and the swordsman dipped his head in a bow as he proceeded. "We have 200 usable samples in this warehouse, and they're responding positively. Is Kabuto cooperating?" "Yes, sir." Chojuro nodded, clasping his hands together. "On our way from Fire Country last night, he led us to Orochimaru's cache and retrieved 300 more samples for us." Chojuro shrugged, giving the Mizukage a lopsided expression of exasperated doubt. "He claims to be invested in our cause because Orochimaru was invested in our cause." It was Orochimaru that had provided Yugura with the secrets of the forbidden jutsu. Yugura and his people had been setting up warehouses across the continent since the Kyuubi attacked Konoha 12 years ago. While Yugura wanted world peace through the destruction of Konoha and the conquest of other nations, Orochimaru wanted the Namikaze clan to be wiped out of existence, and Yugura honestly wasn't against that. Kabuto's purpose in this was to supply them with more samples, since it wasn't a question if Orochimaru had not been so forthcoming on his part of the plan. The snake sage was right to suspect the Mizukage would come after him, sooner or later. If Danzo was any smarter, he would know that the Mizukage didn't truly intend to replace the Hokage with anyone else other than, in every sense of the word, a puppet. "What about Orochimaru?" Yugura asked, watching stoically as Kabuto bustled from casket to casket, marking down names on a clipboard and peering inside each box, pursing his lips and busily nodding his to whoever looked back at him from inside. The tag on the casket read, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yugura spoke again when he didn't get a reply. "Has Zetsu found him?" Chojuro teetered, and Yugura narrowed his eyes at the boy's annoying habit of always hesitating to provide him with information. Was the hypnosis coming undone? "Zetsu found Orochimaru underneath Konoha's prison," Chojuro supplied, wincing and giving the Mizukage 3 black and white photos. "Zetsu says that Orochimaru is a lost cause." All 3 photos displayed a filthy, weakly giggling creature, standing upright due to being strapped onto a table. Orochimaru's legs were being eaten by rats, his clothes barely hung from his bony, spindly body, and his black hair was matted, reaching his navel as it hung over his face. He looked to have soiled himself, and had taken to eating bits of his mouth to sustain himself. A doctor's report says that Naruto severed a nerve connecting Orochimaru's spinal cord, Chojuro said as he pointed to the nape of his neck, frowning. He lowered his hand. And, as you can see, Orochimaru has lost his mind. Even if we somehow freed him, which is impossible at this moment, he wouldn't be coherent enough to be worth anything. Yagura scoffed and gave the photos back to Chojuro. To think Minato and his son could be so ruthless. The Mizukuge crossed his arms, admitting, I'm impressed. He shrugged casually, his eyebrows lowering when Kabuto turned and looked up at him with his clipboard clasped in his hands, and a grim expression marring his face. Alert May and tell her that we will proceed to Urkun country by sunrise. Chapter 10. Southeastern region of grass country. Close to the firegrass country border. Mikoto called Kurama again and was met with silence. For as long as she had been alive, she had never felt so alone. The girl sat on the roof of the destroyed bomb shelter, drawing her knees to her chest and blankly looking out into the night. Her arms coiled around her legs and her chin rested on her knees, peering at nothing and everything at the same time, surrounded by dozens and dozens of grassland. At her back was their camp for the evening. A large portion of the grass was cleared in a wide circle and 10 or so tents were raised in the clearing, with one of those tents standing somewhat taller than the rest, colored white and bearing a large red cross at the front entrance flaps. The camp was buzzing with activity, distractedly conversing on anything else than their present predicament and the uncertainty of the future. Half a kilometer away, the Sand delegation, the ones that didn't follow the Kazekage to Iron Country, were setting up their camp, more sullen and keeping their voices low as they tiptoed around the Sand siblings. Mikoto would have been mistaken for staring at them if not for the emptiness of her gaze. The cold wind nipped at her face, reddening her cheeks and the tip of her nose, and briefly drawing her out of her spiraling thoughts to notice someone clamber up the abandoned bomb shelter, careful not to move too quickly else the flattened, pimple-shaped building would crumble into itself. The shelter was a relic of the Second Ninja War. It was a mystery why it hadn't yet fallen. Mikoto tugged her hoodie and pulled her sleeves to cover her hands, pushing her dry lips onto her knees. Kyubi, she called again, speaking in her mind and imploring her longtime companion to answer her, searching her core for even the tiniest sliver of the beast's chakra. A sob clogged her throat. Please, Kyubi. I need you. A sheen of tears covered her eyes when the great beast didn't answer her. It couldn't be possible that the Kyubi was gone. After 13 years of going on and on about glorious death, it couldn't have been taken out by Gaara's explosive sand. It just wasn't possible. Asuma Sarutobi squatted and sat on the bomb shelter, perching in place on that sloping roof with chakra at the soles of his feet. Mikoto didn't look at him. The man brought out an already opened pack of cigarettes and tapped the top with his pointer finger, flicking out a single cigarette and holding it between his lips, returning the pack to a pocket on his jounin vest. He then proceeded to pat his vest and pants pockets, mumbling under his breath until his eyes lit up, pulling out an old lighter from somewhere on his left ankle. He cupped the cigarette, blocking the chill and the wind of that evening, and flicked his thumb against the spark wheel, muttering something unintelligible when the third time flicking the wheel only resulted in futile sparks hitting the end of the cigarette. He shook the lighter and peered at it with a squint, shaking it again and retrying. The fifth time, a flame sparked to life and Asuma held the end of the cigarette through it, shallowly inhaling twice and exhaling a thin stream of smoke from a corner of his mouth, tucking the lighter into a vest pocket and dragging a lungful of cigarette smoke, snorting out the smoke from his nose and sagging with relief. He glanced at Mikoto and saw that she wasn't looking at him. He shrugged and took out the cigarette pack from his pocket and nudged her shoulder with his elbow, shaking the pack in her direction. Want one? The girl didn't answer for a moment, but another jostle of the box by her face forced a tired reply, saying in a quiet voice, I'm 13. Well, all right then. The man hummed and pushed the pack into a vest pocket, taking the cigarette from his mouth between his pointer and middle fingers, blowing out a stream of smoke and gently tapping the middle to shake off the softly glowing red butt of the cigarette ahead of him, pulling his arm back and setting the cigarette back in his mouth. He blew smoke from the side of his mouth again and asked, "So, what's going on?" The girl shrugged, casting a brief side-eye to her oddly behaving senior. Before then, she hadn't so much as exchanged a total of 5 words with Asuma Sarutobi, the Jounin sensei of Team 10. Whenever her father hosted a family get-together at the Hokage's mansion, Asuma mostly kept to himself, wandering in the background and privately smoking 2 packs of cigarettes on the outside balcony until the end of the night, when he had to take his nephew back home. The man scratched the back of his neck, chuckling at his awkwardness. "So, this is a first," Mikoto hummed. "Yup." His hand twitched to his pocket again, as if he was going to ask the girl if she had changed her mind about smoking, but a quick look from Mikoto brought his hand back down. "Kakashi-sensei put you up to this?" Mikoto asked in an even tone, her voice muffled against her knees. "Yup," Asuma droned in a bored monotone. "He doesn't want you feeling lonely." "That's very Kakashi-sensei of him, I guess." Asuma grunted in acknowledgement. Kakashi never wanted any one of his genin to feel alone, and although the man favored Sasuke more during team training sessions, he made it a point to visit each of them and casually inquire about their moods. Now though, since Kakashi had left with Minato and Yugao to attend the 5 Kage Summit in Iron Country, the responsibility was apparently now on Asuma's uncomfortable shoulders. Sasuke had gone with Guy, Shino, Kiba and Tenten to hunt for food, and Sakura was with the hidden chill medics attending to Hinata. Hinata, the girl thought with a weathered cry. Mikoto wilted and Asuma grunted, uncomfortably patting the girl's head. "Yeah, I know." The girl didn't move to shake off the man's hand, too emotionally worn down to do anything other than to hunker deeper into her wallowing spirits. The man frowned, blowing out a stream of smoke. "Hinata didn't deserve this. Kurenai hasn't stopped crying. You should go and be with her," the girl said lowly, looking out over the grassland to the small Suna camp, highlighted by a small campfire and scarce movement. "She'd appreciate it. Kurenai mourns alone. She knows the stages of grief and works her way through it. That's the kind of person she is," Asuma answered the girl, taking his hand off her head and leaning back, looking up at the moon and breathing out thin smoke from his nose. "I've learned to respect that. What if I like to mourn alone?" "You're not mourning," the man smirked, lighting another cigarette. "You've barely even accepted that Hinata might not make it to Konoha to be with her family, not to talk of surviving through the night." Her glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "I'll be blunt, your denial makes you a flight risk." "I'm not a flight risk." Mikoto frowned, pressing in a strong voice. She and Hinata had spoken about dying plenty of times. It was just more difficult to accept now that Mikoto was faced with Hinata's imminent passing. Even if her friend wouldn't ever wake up to see her, Mikoto needed to talk to Hinata. "They won't let me see Hinata. It's important. I want to see Hinata. Can I tell you something?" the man said after a short pause, sitting forward and resting his forearms on his knees. The girl didn't answer, keeping her vacant eyes on the Suna camp. "Something similar to this happened to your brother." The girl didn't move to acknowledge Asuma's words, so the man continued. "I was about your age when the Kyuubi attacked the village." He took the fresh cigarette from his mouth and hesitated, closing his eyes and blowing out smoke. When the man didn't speak for a full minute, the girl flicked a look at him from the corner of her eyes, jolting the man out of his memories. "I don't want to go into details, but the 9 tails really did a number on your mom." He put the cigarette back into his mouth, inhaling once and holding his breath for a short while, blowing out the smoke with a deep sigh. "I can still remember some of the clan heads and civilians talking about keeping Naruto from seeing his mom," he air-quoted. "We don't know how he would react." "Why, were they scared of his reaction?" "He was 5. Naruto mastered his Sharingan by the time he was 5. His other bloodline makes him faster than a thought, and by then he was pretty handy with his chakra construction." The girl's expression dipped with contemplation, recalling that chakra construction was her brother and sister's unique ability to physically manifest their chakra. Asuma went on. For all they knew, seeing his mom like that would bring about the second coming of the Kyuubi. I'm not my brother, the girl muttered darkly, narrowing her eyes and gritting her teeth at the Suna camp. Stop comparing me to him. Once upon a time, Mikoto adored her brother and simpered after him wherever he went, but constantly being compared to him ate away at her patience. She loved Naruto very much, yet she was tired of living up to the impossible expectations unintentionally created by her genius brother and her angelic sister, or their legendary father. She could never reach their level, and it infuriated her. No, you're not him, Asuma agreed with a slight smile. You might just be better. Mikoto scoffed. The man chuckled. I'm serious. What does this have to do with me not seeing Hinata? Everything. He took out a kunai from his pouch and passed it to her. Reluctantly, she collected the blade and stared into it. Her eyes widened. Glaring back at her weren't her normally blue eyes, but rather a pair of red, vulpine eyes, dark with murderous intent. Asuma had touched her head twice and he hadn't been harmed, and she wasn't expelling killer intent from her pores. She was sure she would have noticed this change. How long had I been like this? She asked Asuma, and the man pursed his lips. I swear. It's not your fault, I understand. He nodded, collecting his kunai from her trembling hands. He returned the blade to the pouch and lit another cigarette, inhaling and exhaling coolly. I don't know how, but your chakra and the Kyuubis are more intertwined. She turned to him with an alarmed, questioning look, and he said, Kakashi told me so. Mikoto didn't feel angry. She didn't feel anything inside her was out of place. Except for the glaring silence of the Kyuubi and the disappearance of its chakra, Mikoto's seal was still intact. He's worried the Kyuubi now has a closer effect on your mind, and you'll be pushed to do something uncharacteristic. Like, for example, become vengeful. Although Mikoto often told Sasuke that she owed him a broken arm for breaking her arm during the Chunin exams, she didn't mean it. Her grudge was more on her loss against him, especially since she had never once lost to him before. Asuma faced her with a serious look in his eyes. Prove to me that you won't explode, and I'll get you to Hinata. You have my word. This made Mikoto gnash her teeth, forcing her eyes shut and sitting with her legs crossed. She placed her palms together at her chest height and slightly dipped her head, searching for calm within her chakra. Kurama! She bellowed in her head. Kurama, where are you? She heard a weak grumble at the back of her mind. Mikoto tumbled into her mindscape and ran headlong to the feeble sound. Mikoto's mindscape. Mikoto landed squarely in her mental projection of the Uchiha clan compound, scampering up from a crouch and looking around. It was empty, which was normal. The air was still and the sunless, moonless sky glowed a soft shade of orange-red, casting clear light across the entire clan compound. Each house along the street and across the entire clan compound bore tally marks instead of number plates. This was where Mikoto sorted her memories and any other knowledge the Kyuubi entrusted to her. The apartment building she and her siblings lived in was intact, though an odd red light ebbed from the windows, beating and thrumming like a heart. She approached it cautiously, lifting her left hand to grasp the doorknob but standing back half a step when the door creaked open. She frowned at that. Out of all the locked houses in Mikoto's mindscape, this particular one was sealed shut by the Reaper Death Seal. A slight backdoor to the seal was discovered a handful of years ago, when the Kyuubi reached an agreement with Mikoto on sharing its eons of knowledge in exchange for the girl becoming strong enough to grant the ageless beast a glorious death. Outwardly, the seal was intact, but a careful observation would reveal that the girl had managed to create pathways that could stream Kyuubi's chakra into her chakra network. This was how Mikoto could force up to 7 tails of chakra to manifest, yet the form was still rough and incomplete. Only Mikoto could freely walk through the seal. The Kyuubi was barred from even touching the door. The girl pushed through the door and shut it after herself, standing in the corridor and observing the living room space, pricking her ears for anything out of place. A low growl snapped her head to the staircase and she cautiously walked toward it, softly easing her feet on the staircase and keeping her left hand on the railing, ascending the stairs in complete silence. Getting to the top of the stairs, she saw that the trapdoor of the attic was hanging open and a slim ladder was unfurled from the door, leading upwards to the attic. That was where she kept the nine-tailed beast. The girl stifled the urge to call out to her longtime companion. She raced up the stairs and was met with a different scene to the residential home. Instead of the apartment's attic, she stood in a vast desert. The trapdoor snapped shut and she whirled around to the banging noise as it slammed closed, hurrying to her knees and packing away the sand from where the trapdoor was supposed to be, only to discover that the door was completely gone. The hot wind howled in her ears and sunless heat pierced her skin, bearing down on her brow and forcing her to squint. Standing back to her feet with a slouch, she pushed against the directionless wind as it made to tear her off the ground. "Kurama!" she yelled, hissing as a wave of heat hit her. Sweat broke out over her brow and she cursed, shading her eyes from the blinding light shining down from above, pushing against the wind toward the sound of tired whimpering, calling out again. "Kurama!" Gradually, the sand hardened to glass and the girl focused her footing to keep from sliding backwards, progressing closer and closer to the faint sound, until a hand gripped her collar and pulled her back, keeping her from toppling into a blazing pit of glass and magma. "Easy there!" the person yelled, dragging Mikoto back a few feet before not so gently forcing Mikoto onto her belly, carefully nearing the mouth of the glass pit. The person chortled with a carefree grin, leaning a bit over the edge and looking into the pit with shimmering purple eyes. "Kurama's gone and done something reckless all on his own." Mikoto chanced to look into the pit, spotting a curled-up thing residing at the distant bottom of the pit, but her attention quickly leapt around to the person in her mindscape. She was a woman that looked to be in her late 30s, pale and beautiful. Light laughter lines crinkled at the corners of her mouth, and her purple gaze twinkled with boundless emotions. Her hair was fiery red, tied in a messy ponytail that cascaded down her back and slightly blew in the heavy wind, as did the skirt of her black and red battle kimono. At her lower back was a larger-than-life scroll, slung there by a smooth rope across her torso. Looking lower, Mikoto saw that the woman wore a pair of normal running shoes. "Mikoto!" the woman called in a loud voice, jerking the girl's shocked eyes up to meet her mother's. The smile and joking air were gone, replaced by stoic seriousness and urgency. "Kurama's about to explode." The surprise lifted off Mikoto's mind and she spat in horror. "He's about to what?" "Explode," the woman repeated, motioning for the girl to calm down when Mikoto began to hyperventilate. "Long story short, Kyuubi saved you from that sand explosion by merging his chakra with yours. Unfortunately, his chakra control is now shot to hell and he's reverted to a younger state of mind. This is serious. We need to act quickly to stop Kyuubi's chakra from overcoming yours." Tailed beasts were clusters of near-limitless, sentient chakra. That meant that their consciousness controlled the chakra to maintain their form and intelligence. The suddenness of combining its chakra with Mikoto's shifted chakra control from itself to Mikoto. This realization made Mikoto's eyes widen. "What are we going to do?" Kushina smirked and faced into the pit, patting her daughter's back. "I hope you weren't planning on sleeping tonight." Oda region. Iron Country. To the Hokage, the Kazekage and their guards, Iron Country might as well be on another planet. The first glaring thing that stood out wasn't that the country was effectually run by samurai, but the tranquility of the general surroundings. Minato exhaled hot air into his gloved hands and rubbed them together as a light powder of snow fell on him and his two guards. Under his Hokage's robe, he had on the same thick winter clothing he took with him to hidden chill, a thick gray and white camouflage parka, black pants and thick snow boots. Shading his head was the wide-brimmed ceremonial hat of his office. Kakashi and Yugao, and the other guards, were dressed similarly, huffing shallowly as they trudged after the Hokage on the snowy path. Yugao gripped the sheath of her katana in her right hand and Kakashi laxly kept his hands empty. Raza had chosen to wear a thick sweater under his ceremonial kage robe. His hat was in his right hand. The miles and miles of snow and light powder were only broken by the common villages and other fairly larger settlements dotted all across the nation, as well as the wide paths connecting them. A frequent stream of horse-drawn carts and carriages filtered here and there, passing through villages. These settlements stood out against the world of snow by the controlled smoke stacks ebbing from them, billowing from swordsmith forges, melting most of the snow in the environment, and warming the settlements enough for people to leave their homes, casually or deliberately plodding about their daily functions. Minato counted 10 villages and a town as far as he could see on their approach to the Samurai Bridge, the bridge that crossed the treacherous canyon between Iron Country and Snow Country. The system of government the samurai used wasn't so different from the system used everywhere else on the continent, though with some hierarchical differences in power and structure. While the daimyo of other nations preferred to think that they possessed absolute power, their power only ranged as far as their appointed officials cooperated. Any attempt to remove uncooperative officials would result in a prolonged and wasteful political conflict that could quickly turn bloody soon. All power and authority flowed from the Iron Daimyo, delegated in a controlled flow to his retainers, village heads and town mayors. These retainers were directly appointed by the Iron Daimyo, and they saw to local administration on behalf of the daimyo. It was the duty of the Iron Daimyo's extended family to constantly be on the move, representing the Iron Daimyo and inspecting these settlements, reporting any discrepancies directly back to the patriarch. The Iron Daimyo, for his part, was more similar to the Hokage and Kazekage, and the recent Mizukage, in regards to the way he ruled. Their will was absolute, they were the final judges on matters, they could act independently, and they never only resided in their offices, always meeting diplomats or casually supervising their territory. Other kage had certain limitations, like historically, Barekage favored private businesses running important industries with his government merely supervising these businesses, and that Tsuchikage's territory was too vast for him to personally supervise the affairs of his people. Mifune and his family held a firm grip on the goings-on of Iron Country. They had eyes and ears everywhere on these snowy lands. At the stone bridge, they were met with one of the Iron Daimyo's retainers. He was a portly man that stood at level height with Minato, wearing a dark blue overcoat, a black bowler hat, and thick boots. His large shoulders and the rim of his bowler hat had a sprinkling of snow on them, standing in the snow countryside of the bridge with a narrowed expression, despite his face being round and doughy. His blade was nowhere in sight. His 5 guards wore heavy ponchos and other thick winter clothing, cautiously gripping the handles of their swords sheathed at their hips and maintaining a firm look at the Hokage, glancing ever so frequently to Kakashi and Yugao. The man wrinkled his red nose and proceeded to walk 3 steps to the approaching Konoha delegation, leading with his gloved right hand on his 3rd step and strongly clasping Minato's right hand in a handshake. "Lord Hokage, Lord Kazekage," the man greeted, dipping his head with a nod. "I am Ken Oda, honored right hand of Lord Mifune." Minato smiled, releasing the other man's hand. "Nice to meet you." Raza shook the offered hand, grunting. "I was directed by Lord Mifune to escort you and your people to the meeting place." Disdain saturated his tone and Minato's eyebrows lifted, glancing over his shoulder to his guards and receiving weary shrugs from both of them. Any delegation from shinobi-centric nations was never allowed past the border villages or towns, and this time was no different. Minato turned back to Ken. "The others are waiting." Ken Oda jerked his head to the bridge and spun around. "After me." The guards snapped to attention and shifted aside as their lord marched to the bridge, facing each other with blank expressions. 2 of them broke out of the formation and marched 5 steps ahead. Minato half smiled and briskly walked after the man, his guards following close behind him. The 3 guards still at the bridge shifted and marched a step neared, whirled to the bridge and neatly swept behind the Hokage's guards, always staying 5 steps behind them. Minato idly watched this display from over his shoulder. He muffled a smile and threw a look to Kakashi, and the Hatake dully rolled his eye, clearly unimpressed by the display. Raza shared Kakashi's blasé sentiments, scoffing at Minato's apparent excitement. "This is nothing special," Raza said, making the Hokage chuckle. The group strode across the bridge and crossed into Iron Country through the stone gates on the other side. They proceeded to walk on a stone path. A fresh layer of snow dusted the path. Minato and his guards had to take care not to slip. Ken Oda and his guards didn't lose stride, walking with clipped, firm steps on the stone path. "I was made to understand," Ken Oda suddenly said, bringing Minato and Raza's attention from looking out the right side of the path, at the smoke pouring out of chimneys a handful of kilometers away and the low murmur of voices coming from the village. That this is your first time this far inside Iron Country for both of you. Is that correct? Minato raised an eyebrow and nodded. It is. His shoulders lifted and fell, casually admitting. Iron Country's neutrality makes it one less thing I have to worry about. It's these troublesome nations that preoccupy my time. The woes of leading. Ken Oda shook his head, still not slowing down or turning around, walking ahead of the Hokage with his gloved hands in the pockets of his overcoat. As detestable as your ninja way of life is, some sort of formal agreement between our nations would have been beneficial. I approached your daimyo some years after I was named my father's successor, and he told me the exact opposite of that. Raza's expression was unreadable, and he turned his dark stare back over the countryside, observing the village in the distance. It's too bad. We could have benefited so much. If only shinobi weren't so abhorrent. Pardon my bluntness, he added as an afterthought, throwing the words over his shoulder without bothering to be polite. A compromise could have been reached. Iron Country was neutral to any nation whose army was dominated by shinobi. Their disgust of ninjas wasn't news to anyone that had encountered them before. The meeting will take place in my village, Ken Oda said as their group strolled into a village. Something Minato noticed was that even though there were sentry posts manned by samurai scattered evenly around the landscape, the villages and towns didn't have gates or gatekeepers, merely a wide opening and a distinct path leading into the settlement. The only other indications of where they were going were road signs, pointing in the direction of the nearest settlement. The sign they passed read Abari Village. The bellow of forges and hammers beating down on iron rang in the background. The buildings were all made from stone and wood, not rising higher than 1 story tall. A boy in his early teenage years hurried after a woman, carrying a bundle of tanned leather on his head as the woman strode with a dignified lift of her chin. The bottom of her overcoat swept the snowy ground and her thick boots crunched the thin sheet of snow on the sidewalk. The front of her overcoat was open to show she wore dark clothing, a black shirt and skirt, and the katana strapped to her right hip. The base of her right hand sat on the butt of the sheathed blade. The adults of the village wore similar overcoats and boats, most of who were armed with their blades, and what children weren't in school had on sweaters or jumpers. The Lady Minato and Raza had been observing stopped and stood aside for Ken Oda, dipping her torso in a deep bow as he passed, acknowledged only by a brief look and a nod. The boy following her shifted behind the lady, unable to bow but lowering his eyes to the ground. When the Hokage and Kazekage passed by her, her hidden expression twisted with disgust, and she stood upright, spitting to the ground and flicking her head for the boy to keep after her. A laughing smile and a wave over his shoulder from the Hokage kept Yugao from confronting the samurai. The normally cool woman's heckles were raised and she grits her teeth, a tick thumping on her brow. Men and women in overcoats and boots wordlessly watched the procession cross through the village, some standing on the roofs, some lingering around street corners, and some watching from the sidewalk, always bowing to their lord but turning their irritated faces away from the shinobi procession. We couldn't have asked for a warmer welcome, Minato commented with a short laugh. It is becoming unreasonably comical how wary you samurai are of shinobi. Raza grunted with a heavy frown beneath his turban. He tucked his hands behind his back and kept his eyes forward, not caring much about the seething looks he received from the samurai of the village. Ken Oda grunted and took his right hand from his pocket, waving the samurai away. Slowly, they obeyed and slipped away. They could at least pretend not to hate us, Yugao mumbled with a simmering look at Kakashi. The woman made it a point in her life to not waste her words on anything, so the unnecessary animosity of the samurai was pushing the wrong buttons. Don't let it get to you, Kakashi hummed, staying professional but giving his comrade a reassuring eye smile. They reached an unassuming wooden structure halfway into Abari village. It was a wide, 6-sided hut with 6 windows on each side and a flat, red-colored roof. There were 3 steps leading onto a raised porch. Instead of a door, there was a clean, white curtain with the symbol of Iron Country tidily sewn on it. The building looked newly constructed and polished. Ken Oda stood at the bottom of the stairs and shifted aside, wordlessly sweeping his left hand up and motioning to the curtains. Minato took off his Hokage cap as Yugao and Baki jogged up the stairs. The swordswoman used the end of her sheathed katana to slightly move the curtain aside, peering inside and flicking her eyes left and right. She leaned back, still holding the curtain open a bit for Baki to check the occupants of the room. They turned back to their respective kage and nodded. Ken Oda snorted, sharing a mocking look with some of his guards. Minato and Raza stomped up the stairs side by side. The Hokage rolled his shoulders, steeling his eyes and hardening his expression. He and his friend exchanged resolute looks before Raza ducked through the curtain and Minato followed, entering the meeting venue. The interior looked as simple as the outside, unadorned but polished. Sunlight poured in from the 6 windows and a cool breeze harmlessly whistled into the meeting house. The floor was covered by tatami mats, and the ceiling was made from smoothened wood. The place could easily accommodate up to 20 people, although it already contained 16 people. Minato's attention didn't stay on the decor though, zeroing his blue eyes on the 4 people already in the hall around a round table. Their ceremonial kage hats rested on the table. All of the guards, 2 for each leader, stood with their backs to the walls on their leader's side of the room. The Iron Daimyo sat at the head of the table, closing his eyes in meditation. The Tsuchikage was at his left, pointedly staring at the Hokage, grinding his teeth. The Reikage was on his feet behind his appointed seat, gripping the backrest of the wooden chair and coolly bobbing his head in greeting to the Kazekage. The Mizukage was seated on the window of his side of the room, fixedly looking at the Hokage with a stoic look. Raza went and took his seat beside Oanoki and I sat on the chair on Mifune's right. Minato didn't move from the door, standing there and staring back at the young-looking Mizukage. Yugura easily hopped off the window and crossed his arms, facing Minato and frowning. The stifling silence was broken by a polite cough. "Gentlemen," Mifune said, not rising from his seat but still somehow standing between the 2 kage. "Please settle down. Let us get to the matter at hand." "Of course," Yugura answered with a delayed smirk, a deceptively pleasant expression that didn't hide the twitch at the corner of his right eye. "Lord Hokage," the Mizukage said as the corners of his lips evened out, barely maintaining his formerly agreeable countenance. "You look well. How are the kids?" Minato's upper eyelids lowered halfway and his lips screwed to the side, replying with an eerily calm, "They're fine. On your children's last escapade in my country, I recall injuring your boy," Yugura said with an apologetic chuckle. Minato narrowed his eyes and Yugura gave a carefree shrug. "I might have been too eager in my actions. Oops." It would have been nothing if Yugura had used a blade to dig into Naruto's side, but the Mizukage had jammed his fingers into Naruto's side. The digits had been coated with 3 tails chakra and had put the Hokage's son in critical condition, at risk of terminal beast chakra poisoning if not for Rin's quick thinking. No. It wasn't something Minato could easily forget. Without another word, Minato went to the table and set his cap down, pulling out his seat and sitting down with his back to the entrance. Yugura laughed airily and walked with his hands behind his back to his chair, between Oanoki and Mifune, easing himself down and smoothing his hands on his knees. The room was electric with tension. "Without further delay and given our familiarity with each other, I will not waste our time with meaningless pleasantries," Mifune said, commencing the meeting. "You all know the rules of this meeting. Violence or aggressive behavior will not be tolerated, and all attendees must adhere to diplomatic protocol and show respect for each other's positions. You may disagree with an opinion, but let us respect our esteemed positions." For this one, the Iron Daimyo pointedly looked at the Tsuchikage, who hadn't so much as removed his glare from the Hokage. "We will resolve any conflict civilly." The 5 kage nodded. The Iron Daimyo gestured to the Hokage, the one that called for this meeting, and said, "The floor is yours, Lord Hokage." Minato took a moment to gather his thoughts. Then he began. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Red Demon, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Foy the Snooze Button, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.